I believe we're about 60 seconds out at this point.
Very good, thank you.
I thought we had more commissioners. Mr. Chair, the room is ready.
Thank you very much. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Welcome everybody to the Wednesday, December 15th, 2021 meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. Appreciate everybody joining us on this blustery evening. Kudos to those of you who have arrived in person safely. And thank you in advance too to the planning staff who have really shown their ability to adapt to sort of the rapidly changing dynamics for this really full agenda tonight. Before I turn it over to Kyle Kobe to read the rules of the Zoom call, I just want to bring attention to sort of an issue regarding the order of our agenda tonight. I want it to be clear for the folks that are on the call and in person that the general public comment time, which is when members of the public can make or can offer comments on items that are not on the agenda tonight, is towards the beginning of the meeting. That's going to happen actually before we get into our regular agenda items. We have to go through some preliminary items and we'll get to that. So I'm just making that clear for whoever is there and wanting to offer general public comments. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kyle Kobe, who will kind of lay the ground rules for this sort of hybrid Zoom Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you very much and good evening. Welcome to the December 15th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. My name is Kyle Kobe and I'll be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting. Joining me here in the Phoenix conference room is Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. We will work alongside the chair, who is on remote video, to facilitate the meeting proceedings. The meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name and title each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. When public comment is sought on an item, individuals participating in person should approach the podium following social distancing and safety protocols. Individuals are required to wear a mask, may remove their mask when making remarks at the podium. Please state your name before speaking. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals providing comment via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute your device and state your name before speaking. Again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. For commissioners, all motions need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each commissioner individually to provide their vote. Staff will then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. I want to again remind everyone to please mute yourself when you're not speaking, and I'll now turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Thank you, Kyle. Luke Sinclair, Chair. The first thing we need to do is to receive and amend or approve the action summary or the minutes from our meetings on November 15th and 17th of this year. Are there any commissioners that have any amendments they wish to make to those? How about a motion to approve?
Commissioner Ashworth, so moved.
Second.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. Commissioner Ashworth with the motion to approve and seconded by Commissioner Rexroad. Jeff, can you call the roll on that, please?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
yes,
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
yes,
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. We'll next receive any reports from committees that have met over the past month. Are there any commissioners that wish to offer some updates on committee activities? Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, the ad hoc committee on the solar. Since our last meeting on 11/17, we had a meeting with staff on November 18th. A meeting with staff and representatives from various industries that have approached the county on December 2nd. Another meeting, two meetings on December 9th, one which was with Douglas County staff and Johnson County planning staff in the ad hoc committee, as well as a separate ad hoc committee meeting with Douglas County staff. Let's see. November 29th, the ad hoc committee met by ourselves, as well as last night. We also met by ourselves. And I guess that's where we are, plus receiving numerous communications and reports collected by staff and submitted at our request or just submitted. So your packet for January is going to be immense. So that's where we are. We're making progress, though.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Something to look forward to for sure. Any other reports of committees? Okay, not seeing any. We will move on to communications. Jeff, we need to receive written communications from the public. It looks like we have a couple items under that section.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services Director. Correct, Mr. Chairman. You do have a letter that was submitted for a project that you had seen previously, which is the Evergy substation. There's a letter from Evergy about that item. And you also have communications from the Heatherwood Heights Neighborhood Association related to that communication as part of your packet this evening.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Very good. Thank you, Jeff. And so with those, we will receive them, and I assume we don't need to take any action on them at this time, correct?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. That's correct.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you. Are there any written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners that need to be received?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. None this evening. All of them were a part of your packet. It's in there.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. How about any written actions of waiver requests or determinations made by the city engineer?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. None this evening.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there any commissioners that wish to disclose ex parte communications? Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Yes, I spoke with Brendan Devereaux for item number 1 and had a tour of the Eudora Quarry.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other ex parte communications? Not seeing any. Are there any commissioners that need to declare an abstention from any specific agenda items tonight? Great. Luke Sinclair, Chair. So now is the time that I referenced earlier in the meeting for general public comment. This is a time for members of the public to offer 3 minutes of comment on items that are not going to be taken up as part of our agenda tonight, so that aren't listed in one of the 12 items that we have. as I said, there'll be 3 minutes, and I'm going to try to strictly enforce that just because we have a fair number of items with people that want to speak on all of them. And so we need to be respectful of everybody's time. And I think also the way we are going to try to do it is to have members of the public who are in person comment first, and then once we've sort of exhausted the folks that are there, we'll roll over to people that are either on the Zoom call or on phone. And so I guess I'll sort of rely on Kyle or Becky to shepherd folks who are in person there to step up and offer your comments. And when you do so, can you just make sure to identify yourself and sort of tell us where you live?
My name's Max Gray. I live at 152 8500 Edgerton Road, Gardner, Kansas. And this is on the solar panel industry, wanting to put up solar panels on both sides of the county line. And the thing that bothers me most is that how sneaky they were without notifying people that they had come in and talk to individuals about putting these panels in without notifying other folks in the area, making it possible that the decline in property value to go down. Number two, the other thing about this is that we've built our homes there on both sides of the county line. This is where we've brought up our families, and a lot of people, it's generation after generation. And to sit there and to destroy possibly your livelihood, because these things are definitely not environmentally safe, and to destroy your property value, your security, and your peace of mind. These things do affect your water table. They affect the ground quality. Some people say that, oh, well, grass will grow underneath it. Well, you got to have water to be able to reach the ground for the grass, and the sunlight to reach the ground to grow the grass. A young lady a few weeks ago stated, well, you can let sheep graze underneath it. Well, it doesn't work that way. Never has. And we're worried about the traffic and the noise pollution and actually the cost. I know for Johnson County, home developing is on the increase, and I'm sure the same thing in Douglas County is occurring too. And you're going to get more tax dollars from homes being built and individuals living in that area than you are solar panels, which is asking for a tax cut, if even paying any tax for years. And this is just not a good way to do business, not a good way for the people that live there, and not good for the county. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Who wants to speak next that's there in person?
Hello, ready? Okay, my name is Robin Gray. I live at 15285 Edgerton Road, Gardner, Kansas also. And bear with me, my notes are a little haphazard, but we'll see what we can do. I actually took a drive out around part of the area, partly on Johnson and partly on Douglas side the other day. And I've lived out there for 30 years. Sorry. I got emotional then and I'm getting emotional now. Just bear with me. I'll get through it.
It's okay.
I've lived out there for 30 years and I've driven that area so many times and looked at the beauty of it and I know the people, the wildlife is amazing. Prime farmland, prime pasture land, prime cropland. And as I drove, I thought, why put a solar farm here? It makes no sense. If you had a brownfield area that was, not functional for anything else, I could understand that. But that is not the case in this area. Quite honestly, I asked myself, okay, if we use up all of our farmland, if we throw things on it that could easily go elsewhere, sunflower ammunition plant being one of them was my thought. But I thought, where are we going to get our food? 25 years is the solar panel life tops. And it's going to ruin the ground. There's been plenty of research on it, and I know there's been reports on it through your board, I believe, prior to this. So my question is, why? It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, I'm drifting there a little bit, and I apologize, but if the panels only last 25 years and it ruins the ground and affects a lot of other things, wildlife, people's incomes, there are plenty of businesses in that area. I see no point in it. I just think that there's a better way. And I think that Johnson County and Douglas County should know that. I know y'all are looking at things, and I appreciate that, but forgive me, I'm just a little frustrated, and I'm thinking, in 25 years when that land is no longer viable for anything, and it goes back to the leasing person, the person that rented it out, I assume that's what's going to happen, but we don't know that. I kind of wonder what's the game plan on down the line for that. But also, where are you going to grow your food? If we keep putting these things in illogical places, where is our food going to come from? Just, to me, that's a no-brainer. And that's, you can't eat a solar panel. It just won't work. So I appreciate you listening to my comments. I'm sorry they were a little haphazard, but I do appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gray. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anyone else there in person that wants to make comment?
Becky Pepper, Planning. That is everyone in this room that wants to make comment.
Thank you, Becky. Luke Sinclair, Chair. So then let's shift to folks who are on the Zoom call, either on video or by phone. If you wouldn't mind raising your hand digitally or manually if you're on video, and we'll try to call on you in order.
Kyle Kobe with Planning. I received a message from Robert Enright who would like to speak. And then it looks like we've got one other hand that's gone up as well.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Why don't we go ahead and start with Mr. Enright?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. It's a little
Robert
broken
Enright.
up.
I live on 400 Road. Sorry about that. The internet's not so great.
Understandable.
Just wanted to thank you all for the job that you're doing. I'd like to thank you for looking at what you're doing for the property values and the safety and the soil and the taxes. But think about the cup usage on the permit. We have a 10-year permit for Enright Gardens and Brooklyn Hall. And we have to deal with the bank at a 30-year note, and it's a giant investment for us. And we still deal with the 10 years. So I think the other people, everyone should play by the same rules and use the same 10-year CUP plan.
Thank you, Mr. Enright. Luke Sinclair, Chair.
Is it still?
Did you have more, sir?
No, I just thank you all. When we all do a 30-year note on our businesses, it's a giant investment for us, as it would be with the giant investment for the solar companies. But one way or another, the farmers or the small businesses in the rural area, we figure out a way to deal with it. So it can be done on a 10-year cup. We've always gone by the rules. So I appreciate your time. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Alan Anglin, it's your turn.
Yes, this is Alan Anglin, 17090 Evening Star Road. I'd like to be sharing my video, but when I tried to start my camera, it failed, so I'm unable to do that. I'm here to talk about the responsible solar or utility scale solar. In the November meeting, at Douglas County meeting, there was a request for additional information related to property valuation, and I provided some written comments. I'd like to speak to some of that tonight. The group out of Culpeper, Virginia, Citizens for Responsible Solar there hired Christopher Mashburn, MAI, to do some analysis on this topic. One of the things that they asked him to do was to look for any impact studies on valuation of solar properties, and all the ones that he could find that were developed were done for solar developers, and all of those found no impact on property valuation. But his comment on that was, obviously, since the clients were solar developers, if they had come up with any other conclusion, then those, they would never have published those studies. So he then comments that there are two research papers, one done by the University of Texas at Austin in May of 2018, another by the University of Rhode Island in September 2020, which indicate that while there's limited data, both research papers indicate that parcels that were adjacent to our budding utility scale solar projects were negatively impacted by the presence of utility scale solar. And they concluded that further away a property was from the solar development, the less of an impact. He said, once you get beyond a mile, not so much impact, but closer than that, then there certainly is some impact. Secondly, pulled the Appraisal Institute's course, Basic Appraisal Procedures, and it goes through related to real estate. It says in site sections, evaluating the site for conditions either favorable or unfavorable to the valuation of the property, that the appraiser should consider adverse site conditions or external factors, should consider such things as soil and drainage conditions, any special views, either favorable or unfavorable, and any particular zoning issue related to, that could be affecting the property or adjacent to the property. So I wanted to share that information. Again, I have submitted that in writing and should be available in your packets. And then lastly, I attended the Johnson County meeting last night. One of the topics that came up last night that the planning staff didn't have an answer for, I wanted to just share with you all, is that the question was, after a 10-year period of tax abatement, what value would the equipment have? How much would it have depreciated? It didn't have an answer to that, but I would encourage some research to be done on that topic, because trying to do a consideration as to how much tax revenue you might get in a 10-year, after a 10-year period, then you would compare that against what you might get with residences or existing uses or regular development patterns over that time. Thank you very much for listening to me tonight, and have a happy holiday.
Thank you, sir. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anybody else on the Zoom call that wants to offer public comment at this time?
Kyle Kobe Planer, I do not see any other digital hands going up, and let me check just to make sure I don't have any other, no one has reached out indicating they would like to speak.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Kyle. Then I'll go ahead and close the general public comment. And unless any commissioners have anything that they want to say in response to any of that, I'll maybe give a second for you to raise a hand if you do. Not seeing any. Well, thank you, though, to those of you who showed up in person and are on the call that offered public comment. As you know, I mean, we are continuing to look into the text amendment for that topic, and we'll continue to do so. So thank you for that. Those things will be taken into account as part of that. We'll go ahead and move to our regular agenda. And For that, for the first item, I'm going to recess the meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission and convene a joint meeting of the same with the Eudora Planning Commission. And I guess point of order before we launch in with the presentation, Jeff, should we allow the Eudora Planning Commission to confirm quorum and do what they need to do? Or I can't remember on that.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Correct, Mr. Chair. It would be prudent to let the Eudora Planning Commission call roll and establish if they have quorum for this evening's meeting.
Okay, thank you. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Welcome, Eudora Planning Commissioners. Glad to have you with us tonight, and I'll just kind of turn it over to you so you can go over that.
Good evening, Chairman. This is Chairman Grant Martin, Eudora Planning Commission. Would like to go ahead and call roll for the Eudora Planning Commission now. Commissioner Harder? Present. Commissioner Pringle? Present. Commissioner Huber? Present. Commissioner Ryan Rock?
Present.
Commissioner Danielle Young?
Present.
Commissioner Johnny Stewart?
Present.
Yeah. Okay, we do have a full commission here with you this evening.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you so much. It's great, again, to have you all with us. So I guess then I'll turn it over to staff to go about the presentation on this one. Well, first, I suppose I should call it out. What we're going to be doing is considering approving a conditional use permit, CUP 21-00366, for a mining and excavation use, Eudora Quarry, located at 1232 East 2300 Road. The conditional use permit proposes the expansion of the quarry and revisions to the conditions and restrictions of use. So with that, I will turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Thank you. Mary Miller, City County Planner, and I'll be sharing my screen shortly here. And as you mentioned, this is a conditional use permit to allow the expansion of the Ham Eudora Quarry, and they've requested an extension of the approval timeframe. The approved Ham Eudora Quarry is shown here outlined in yellow. And the subject property, that's being asked to be added to it, is outlined in black, and it has the black star. This is within the 3-mile planning area of Eudora, so this is the joint planning commission meeting. We mailed notification to all property owners within a half mile of the quarry. That included property owners within Johnson County. And as a courtesy, we provided notice to the Johnson County Planning Office. They reviewed the plans and they provided comments that were included in your packet. They noted that the expansion would be further to the west away from Johnson County, so they had no concerns with the expansion, but they did note that they would like to see no changes to the conditions regarding setbacks, hours of operation, the blasting setbacks, blast monitoring, the haul route, and fugitive dust. And no changes are being proposed to those conditions with this application. The Johnson County planner also noted that the city of DeSoto's urban growth area touches the east side of the quarry. And so we sent plans to the city of DeSoto's planning office, and they noted that they had no concerns with the expansion plans as they were outside their growth area. This graphic shows the various stages of the quarry, and I'll just go over that for those who don't have a familiarity with it. The yellow area at the bottom is the Peatfish parcel. This was the original quarry. It began prior to the adoption of zoning in 1966, so it's a grandfathered quarry. It was included with the 2002 quarry for the parcel shown in green, primarily to ensure that it would be reclaimed with the rest of the area.
Mary?
Yes?
I think you might be sharing, I don't think we're seeing the screen that you are looking at.
You're not seeing the screen with the red, green, and yellow?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services. No, Mary, we're seeing the gray screen that has the PowerPoint bar at the top. So we're not seeing the slideshow moving.
Oh, what shall I do? Let me stop sharing. It says new share. Let me stop share and try it again. share screen. And are you seeing the slide now?
Looks like it's good now.
Yep, thank you, Mary.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know. So the yellow area at the bottom, that's the Pete Fish parcel that was the original grandfathered quarry. This is a stream in the middle. To the west is the operations facility. It's got the stockpiles, the scale house. This is where the employees park. And this will be the last portion of the quarry to be reclaimed. That's the operations area. To the east is a portion that was reclaimed earlier, is reclaimed to be used as a temporary asphalt batch plant. However, the plans for that, they no longer intend to use it as a temporary batch plant, and so it is currently undergoing reclamation. The area to the north, the green, is the portion, it's called the Ham parcel. We just refer to these by the names of the owners just to distinguish them. It had a CUP approved in 2002. And the area to the west in red is the Shelton parcel. That was the expansion that was requested in 2019 with this 2019 CUP. And the area to the east of the creek is a part of phase one. So even though these are different parcels, this portion and the green portion are phase one, and the portion west of the creek is designated as phase two. And then the area outlined in green is the remainder of the Ham parcel, and this is the subject of this CUP. Someone noted that this is a 400-acre CUP, and when a conditional use permit is submitted, the entire parcel is included in the area of the CUP. And so if you look, you'll notice that on this parcel, there's a no mining area, that this area to the east could not be included in the mine. So while it's not part of the quarry, it's actually included in the CUP acreage. So the total area within the conditional use permit does not equal the total area that's being proposed for the quarry itself. The operator plans to keep quarrying on the east side of the white line. Generally, this is just generally showing where the boundary would be. Their request is to allow quarrying to occur in this area, and then they would take this area out of the CUP. It's noted on the plans as future mining area, which would require approval of a conditional use permit. So that way it provides notice that they may want to quarry there in the future, but it's not approved with this conditional use permit. So in order to move west of that white line, a new conditional use permit would need to be submitted, and that could be evaluated with the area as it has developed at that point. But they did want to note, and they provided an email stressing that depending upon the time frame of the conditional use permit, if they get a contract for rock, it may be necessary for them to mine to the west of this line currently under the current CUP, just to meet the contract. And they can probably provide more information on that. They noted that if that was necessary, they would mine the shallow reserves of limestone, and they would try to keep it with about 3 to 5 acres. If this CUP is denied, then they would go ahead and continue mining. But if it was approved, they would close up that hole and reclaim it, and then they would move immediately down to the south. The changes that are being proposed at expansion would alter the phasing of the quarries. And so this is from their plans they provided. You can see the Pete Fish is divided into A, west, and east. B is the original Ham parcel. They're showing phase one, proposed phase one, which would be part of the Shelton and part of the Ham parcel. The remainder of the Ham parcel is currently undergoing reclamation, and some of it is actually part of the operations facility. The wash pond and this stockpile area were approved to remain as part of the operations facility. And then they would move into phase two and then down into phase three. And one of the conditions you might have noticed that was being revised is that the reclamation of the east side of Pete Fish Quarry would be expected to be completed along with the reclamation of phase one. So this would all be reclaimed before quarrying moved into phase two. And that would just provide a timeline for when this quarrying on the east side of Pete Fish would be expected to be completed. And reclamation for the purpose of moving from one phase to another, as you might recall, you're allowed to quarry up to 10 acres in a subsequent phase. And the reason for that is you may need to get rock from that phase, overburden, to finish the reclamation in the previous phase. So you're allowed to move 10 acres into the next phase before reclamation is complete in the previous phase. And to be complete in order to go to the next phase, you need to have, it has to be final graded, topsoil applied to a minimum of 6 inches, and it has to be seeded, but vegetation does not have to be established yet. And one of the conditions that is being proposed for a change is just to add a note clarifying that if the phases change in the winter, that it would not be necessary to do the seeding, as you wouldn't expect grass to grow in the winter. So that could occur at a later date. You can move into the next phase as long as final grading had occurred, provided that you provided a date at which the topsoil will be spread and the seeding applied. So that was just added for clarification. You'll see the red areas. These are the 500-foot setbacks from residences in the area. And then there is the perimeter setback. One thing I mentioned, this is the current phase 1. And this area, the stockpile area and the wash pond, that's actually part of the operations. The area in gold is currently phase 1. And this area to the east has been mined and is currently being reclaimed. And so this is current phase 1. And one of the conditions that staff is recommending is that just to make sure that phase 1 includes this area so that when reclamation occurs before you can move into phase 2, it's including all of the current phase 1. And just to make it clear what needs to be reclaimed when it moves on. The graphic on the top left is the current approved reclamation plan. The plan shows 2 ponds remaining, one on the west side of the Shelton parcel, which would be 65 feet deep at the maximum, and then one on the Ham parcel, which would have a maximum depth of 135 feet. And with these ponds, given the depth of them, a pond maintenance agreement was executed with the current CUP. And this had provisions such as the operator is required to fence them with chain link, sign them as no trespassing, and maintain the fencing and signage until the water has risen to the planned water level. And it has to be at the planned water level for 2 years. And at that time, you can assume the ponds are established and the fencing can be removed. The slopes will be 3 to 1 above the planned water level and for 25 feet below. And that way it'll provide the ability for anyone that, or anything that falls into the pond to be able to get out. The graphic on the bottom right is the pond that's being proposed with this conditional use permit. There would just be one pond. It'd be larger than the others, but the maximum depth overall would be 65 feet. And one of the conditions of the CUP that's being recommended would be that a new pond maintenance agreement would need to be provided and executed to show the new pond and also the new legal description for the CUP. The applicant had indicated that the goal, the long-range goal, is to create a recreational area or park. And at this time, it isn't known if this would be a private recreational area or a city or county park. And that's more of a long-range plan. Basically, the end land use would be recreation and open space. And the reclamation shows the water features and the terrain as it would be for that use. So we'll go through some of the golden factors and the CUP review criteria. One of the things we always look at is the proposed use compatible with zoning and land uses of nearby properties? On the left, you'll see the zoning in the area. It's all agricultural, Ag 2 for the smaller parcels and Ag 1 for the larger. And the aerial on the bottom right side shows the land uses. We have dots for residences, and I use the GIS map to identify these residences, so it's possible I may have missed some. But just to give an idea of where the residences are, the red dots are residences that are owned by Ham, and I believe the one on the right side of the Shelton parcel may have been removed already. And with the proposed CUP, it would take the mining area back away further from the residences to the west, but it would place it closer and it would surround this residence on all 3 sides. And so that'd be one thing to consider when we look at the compatibility. Otherwise, looking at the general surrounding area, it would be compatible with the other parcels. This parcel would be surrounded on all 3 sides. And one of the conditions that staff is recommending, we have not heard from the property owner yet, but There is a 150-foot setback along the west side and a 500-foot setback from the residence. And staff would recommend that this be landscaped with a buffering landscaping, probably along this tree row, a mix of evergreen and deciduous trees or shrubs to provide a buffer and to minimize the impact of the nearby quarry. And so one of the conditions is that a landscape plan would be provided for planning review. We evaluate the impact on the character of the area. So this shows the quarry in relationship to Eudora and its planned growth area. The city of Eudora's boundaries are shown in dark dashed lines. The yellow highlighted area is the urban growth area, where the Planning Commission's letter noted they expect growth to occur here by 2040. And then the bright pink line is the urban reserve, which is where the urban growth area is expected to expand in the future. So the quarry is in close proximity to the urban growth area of the city of Eudora. The white dots are my attempt to identify the residences in this area. They're probably not 100% accurate, but just to get an idea of residential density. And so pulling the quarry back as was proposed would lighten the impact on these residences. But again, as we noted, it would increase the impact on this residence on 1200 Road. With the proper conditions and restrictions of use, the quarry should be compatible with the character of the area, especially given that growth is not expected in this area until 2040. Another conditional use permit review criteria is whether the proposed use is compliant with the standards of the zoning regulations. And the zoning regulations in 2020, when they were revised, specific standards were adopted for mining and excavation uses. Setbacks were established. There needs to be a 300-foot setback from all residences. This quarry was approved with 500 feet setbacks, and that's being continued on with this expansion request. 50 feet is required from any adjoining property under separate ownership, and 100 feet from any right-of-way. And the original CUP had a 150-foot perimeter setback, and that's being maintained with this application. And berms and landscaping may be located in the setback, and berms are shown within the required setback. Berms are required with a maximum of 3-to-1 slope. They're to be located along the right-of-way and or next to the adjacent property. In some cases where the quarrying activity is pulled back into the interior of the site, for instance, on the expansion parcel, it showed that quarrying would happen only on the eastern half of the property. Oftentimes the berms are placed closer to the quarrying activity, so they're not having to disturb the field and put the berm along the edge of the field, and that's acceptable. And the plan does show berms. However, the plan is showing the berms along the right-of-way with a 3-to-1 slope. Pre-blast surveys are required. Basically, the requirement is that the quarry operator notify property owners before they go into a new phase that they will be quarrying and to offer them a pre-blast survey if they'd like to have it. This is sent out by certified mail, and the property owners that request it would have a pre-blast survey. And that is basically a third party videotapes the structures and the foundations and establishes a baseline for what the conditions are at the time. They also do a study of the streams, or not the streams, I'm sorry, the wells, to measure the depths of the wells. And this is just a baseline. This is what it was like before quarrying began. Reclamation plans are required. There is one with the current CUP, and a reclamation plan was submitted with this application. So the application is compliant with the zoning regulations. Another golden factor we look at is the property suitable to the uses to which it's restricted under current zoning restrictions, and is it suitable to the uses that are being proposed? The graphic on the left shows the prime farmland in green. So this is high quality agricultural land. On graphic on the right shows the high quality soils. These are class 2 soils. And the farmland, it is currently being used as agricultural land. So the property is well suited to the agricultural uses which are permitted in the ag district. The fact that there are limestone reserves on the property and the fact that it's located adjacent to an existing quarry, which has all the infrastructure in place for quarrying, also makes it suitable for a limestone quarry. So it is suitable both for the uses to which it's restricted and the uses that are being proposed. There is a question whether the review criteria is whether it is appropriate to set a time frame for the quarry. Typically, timeframes are established to ensure there is adequate time for the operations to be completed. This assists the property owners in the area as it helps them make their long-range plans. Often, if you have a short approval timeframe, nearby property owners assume that's a cutoff date, and they're not aware that they can come back and just request an extension if they're not finished quarrying at that time. They've requested an extension to 2046, and staff is supporting that. This Eudora Planning Commission estimated that growth in Tier 2 would occur in 2040 and would possibly move into the urban reserve after that date. So if a shorter time span is preferred, 2040 might be an appropriate date, is when growth is expected to reach that area. Other items we look at, other review criteria, is what would the impact be on utilities and the transportation network? The quarry does not require any utilities. They do utilize the transportation network. They're heavy users of that. North 1200 Road is a township road, and that's the route they use to access East 2200 Road, which is a principal arterial. There is a rock fee that is charged annually per ton of rock, and that is collected and used for improvements to the road. And I know it's a 2019 conditional use permit. The intersection improvements had just been completed, and the county engineer noted that North 1200 Road is being asphalted with these fees right now. That may be completed. I know that was under the way. With the last 2019 CUP, there was an issue raised that the condition actually says there's an annual fee that's to be indexed annually per the consumer price index, and that hadn't been done. That was brought to our attention. So the Douglas County Public Works Office did index that, and those overdue fees were gathered, and that's also being used for these road improvements. The county engineer noted that that's been indexed and there are no additional fees due at this time, so that's up to date. And we also look at the conformance with comprehensive and long-range plans, and there are no long-range plans adopted for this area. The comprehensive plan provides differing recommendations. On one hand, it recommends that we minimize the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses. And on the other hand, it recommends the efficient utilization of natural resources, particularly those that would be used for construction projects within the county. And so it's compliant with some of the recommendations in the long-range plan, but not with all of them. We did receive public comments, and those were included with your packet. I'm not going to speak to each comment, but there were a few that did identify issues perhaps needed to have revised conditions. And so those are the ones I'll talk to now, but I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any about the other comments. One was a question about exactly what activities are prohibited in the setback. In the setback, you're not able to do mining operations such as blasting, excavation, removal of rock, and that would include haul roads. Oftentimes, the setback is on a phase that's not being quarried at the time, or only half of the phase is being quarried, and the remainder is being used for farmland. It's possible to farm the setback. It's just mining activities are not permitted. And so in the staff memo that was provided, there is a condition that seeks to explain that, and also to clarify that if there's any vegetation that's to remain in the setback that's required to remain, that should be shown on the plan. That way it's clear to everyone that there's something to be protected within those setbacks. Another one of the comments noted that we should clarify that vegetation must be established with final reclamation. And that is true. It was inferred, but it was not very clear in the conditions. So there is a condition proposed that would state that before final reclamation, and this is before the quarry is done and they seek a release of the bonds, that the final grading must be done, the 6 inches at least of topsoil must be spread, and it has to be seeded, and vegetation must be established. It also notes that this would be determined by the zoning and codes director, who would provide a report to the county commission, and this would all occur before the performance bonds for reclamation could be released. There were a few changes staff is proposing, and that was in the memo as well. One of the notes on the reclamation plan just refers to the range of variation, which is listed on the current CUP. if this CUP is approved, the current CUP would be null and void. And so those range of variations would be just added to that note. And that's just carrying them over from the existing CUP and putting them on this current one that's being proposed. And one of the conditions was that the changes shown in Evergy's easement would need to be approved by Evergy or changes made. At that time, Evergy had not responded to our request for comments, but they have since then. They've seen the plans and they accept the changes. They have no concerns with what's being proposed under their easement. So that condition can be removed. And so staff is recommending that you forward the conditional use permit application to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval based on the findings of facts in the staff report and subject to the conditions and restrictions of use listed in the December 15th staff memo. And that concludes my presentation, but I know the applicant is present today.
Thank you, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I assume for the applicant, we have Patrick Watkins on the line. Is that right?
Yeah, good evening, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. We have a presentation we'd like to give, if that's all right. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Watkins. I'm an attorney here in Lawrence. I represent the Ham Companies. We have a team here on this call that helped develop this application and really that oversees the Eudora Quarry. And I'd like to take a minute to just introduce them. From Ham, we have Ryan Blosser, the president of the company. Brendan Devereaux is here in my office. He is the vice president of aggregates and equipment. You'll hear from him tonight. Bob Rawls is on the call. He's the director of geology. Ramon Gonzalez is the director of sales of aggregates. T.G. Ham is a strategic planner, and Michael Vertigem is a mine engineer. We also have 3 third-party consultants that helped craft this application and that helped run the Eudora Quarry. From Blackstone Environmental is Austin Quick. Lee Freya is with Vibrotech Engineers, third-party seismology firm, and Brett Richter is with Buckley Powder. All of these individuals are available for questions, but I'd like at this point to pass it off to Brendan Devereaux, who will make a presentation and give you some commentary on about what this application is about and a little bit about the Ham Company. So I'm just going to shift my computer over like that, and I'll stay out of it.
Thanks, Pat. Good evening, everybody, and thanks to both commissions and everyone else for joining the call. We appreciate the time to share our application. We put a lot of effort into it, and we really do think it's a good one. I'm going to try to be really brief tonight, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion and questions after the fact. So for those who aren't familiar with our company, Ham's been around for a long time and has changed ownership and structures a few times, but really what's been the core of Ham's business is what is the core of our business today, and that's road building and construction, focused heavily in paving, dirt moving, quarrying, asphalt production. We have all those businesses today. We also have a ready-mix concrete business. We have a waste and recycling business many of you may be familiar with the landfill on the north side of Lawrence. We do also do some C&D landfilling in Olathe. And then we also operate the material recovery facility for single stream recycling in Lawrence as well. So my role at Ham, Pat mentioned, I'm vice president of aggregates and equipment, mostly focused on our aggregate business. We do have 16 active quarries that are run with about 10 crushing plants and crews. Some of those plants moved from site to site and are portable. Eudora is not one of the locations because of its size and importance to our company. It's a permanent plant. So our company roughly employs 600 plus. It says 670 on your presentation. Does fluctuate with seasonality. We're a fairly large employer. The Eudora site is anywhere from 15 to 20 depending on the operations that are going on. I mentioned we're in a lot of businesses, but quarrying really is our focus and it's our key business. We stretch as far west as Dickinson County and as far east as Lee Summit, Missouri. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, so just a brief kind of overview of the need for aggregates, and I'll leave the slide for you all to read. But as it relates to this application, the Eudora Quarry for us is mostly focused on Douglas County and the city of Lawrence. It does supply some material to the east, But if you go into Lawrence, we do supply material to both ready-mix concrete producers who supply all the material for foundations throughout the city and the county, for most of the driveways in the city of Lawrence. We supply a lot of base that goes under those driveways. We supply a lot of KDOT AB3, which is just a name for a base product that goes under driveways, creates building pads. We supply washed filter stone that goes around septic tanks in the more rural parts of the county. We also send aggregate products to our own asphalt plant that's on the east side of the city of Lawrence. So really anywhere you travel or go in Douglas County is likely to have some of the Eudora Quarry products on it. Doesn't mean we're the only provider, but we're one of the largest, and we supply anywhere from 500,000 to 600,000 tons annually. That's a fairly recent growth to that size over the last 4 or 5 years. It used to be a bit smaller, but we've had a lot of focus in that area and a lot of success as a company growing that business. Next slide, Pat. This is a bit redundant off Mary's presentation, but just another highlight of where we operate in the, I guess I'd call it the northeast green section. We're currently in the south area of that pit operating now. We mine 6 different geologies at this site of varying qualities. One thing that's nice and somewhat unique about the Eudora Quarry is we can supply almost every aggregate product that could be used in the state of Kansas. We cannot supply for state concrete pavement, but every other aggregate product that anyone could use can come out of this quarry. And so we alternate between the different geologies based on their physical properties to make those different products. So we probably make, I would say, 12 to 15 different products at the quarry. Yeah, so there's a little history. You can go to the next slide, Pat. You see the parcels there, and the Shelton parcels to the west. We bought that in 2019 and expanded last year. One thing we wanted to highlight, some of you may remember we had a fairly extensive application process in 2020 to get that approval. And some may wonder why we're back here doing another one so soon. And really, it was just unfortunate timing. We certainly wish we could have come with one application that tied the two together. We were pursuing any sort of agreement on the 160-acre parcel to the west that we now own, and the timing just didn't work out. But we do feel that now that we've secured it, this is a much more direct plan of mining. It's a much better operational pit. Just going directly into phase 2 of Shelton is much more narrow. So it kind of allows contiguous operations. Will likely allow us to start reclamation sooner in phase 1. And so we're excited for that. This year we notified county and city that we would be putting in this application. We had, I guess, quite a few questions and quite a bit of commentary last year. So we tried to take a different approach by just making sure we over communicated with all involved, had some great suggestions from the city of Eudora, and kind of worked together to set up a town hall. At the city of Eudora's request, we actually invited quite a few subdivisions that are west of Church Street, which, are outside normal area, but we're not afraid of engaging anyone in the community. We actually really like showing our operations. We think what we do is really cool. And, those of you who have been out for a tour know that I really like giving them. So, we were more than happy to invite those folks. I say it was fairly well attended. I want to say we had a count of about 50 people in attendance, and we spent maybe 3 hours, probably 30 minutes of presentation, and then quite a bit of Q&A. We took the approach that ask as many questions as you want. We tried to leave information for follow-up if people had it. And, it wasn't, not everybody was very all positive about it, but I thought that we had some good engagement. And, we tried to incorporate comments from everybody there and concerns as we submitted this plan and thought about it. Mary also mentioned the paved haul route. It's not open for use yet, but the paving is complete on that first mile from Church Street to 2300 Road. The pavement is complete, and we are not doing the paving, so I don't know the exact schedule, but I would anticipate it'll be open before the holiday. One other thing, it'll tie into a later slide, but one thing that's different than any other application that any of you have seen from Ham is we do own all this property now. So it allows us to be really intentional and purposeful with a reclamation plan. Normally when we lease property, we certainly do a good job of reclaiming it, but it's really at the direction of the landowner and what they want. You know, we think this application allows us for, I guess, some bigger ideas and hopefully something that can be meaningful. You can go to the next slide. So I wanted to touch a little bit on safety, sustainability, community. You certainly all can read this slide. The bullet point that stands out for me is our annual 5th grade tour. You know, due to the pandemic, we did have a gap there where we didn't hold it. I want to say the first year we did it was 2017. And so we do an assembly with the 5th grade where we give them a presentation that tells them about our business, how it starts, how we find material to quarry, and then how we reclaim it and everything in between. It's a really cool day. It gets great participation from employees in our company that are not even quarry employees, just because we get to go to work and have a lot of fun with 10 and 11-year-olds who are really excited to see a lot of big equipment work. And we actually let one of the 5th graders fire a blast every year. And we get some really cool videos of that. And so I just want to share that because I like it. It's not certainly impactful to this application, but I do think it highlights the importance our company has always and will continue to place on community. And it's something we'll continue to do in Eudora for sure. And then, one of the other items that's at the bottom of the environmental is we've already gotten approval, if we're lucky enough to get this expansion to bring line power into the site. Our aggregate processing plant is currently powered by a generator, which burns approximately 85,000 gallons of diesel every year. That can fluctuate based on demand, but it's certainly, at least 70,000 and maybe as high as 95,000 gallons. And so that would be eliminated. And so we're looking forward to getting that done as well. And, there's benefits as well of just being a more reliable power source. So, yeah, it's weird for me to give a presentation and this not to be the first thing. At Ham, our biggest focus is safety. So we don't do dangerous work, but we do have work that has a lot of risk to it. We do have a lot of large equipment. We do have people moving around in large equipment. We often are taking on new employees and training them how to use that equipment. Sometimes our plants break down and we're going from our routine daily tasks to something that we might not have done in a month. And so, these 10 safety principles are all either programs, directives that, provide a lot of potentially focus us on areas that may provide a lot of risk where we've had incidents on in the past. And, I think the key word here, you see 3-tiered value system. It's not a department. It's not a focus. It's a value of our company. And so what we try to do is empower everybody that works at the company to have a voice in safety, and everyone has the ability to stop something if they're uncomfortable or if somebody's doing something that's unsafe. The number one thing we want to do is go home to our families every night, leave the same way we came in. So we just think it's important to highlight that because, we live it every day. And, when we have over 600 employees, it can be hectic. So you have to have your fundamentals that you focus on, and it has to be a value to have any success with it.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. We've exceeded the 10 minutes allotted for an applicant presentation, but you guys will have 5 minutes after public comment to offer, rebuttal if you want to revisit any of this. So with that, oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Watkins.
Yeah, we were unaware that there was a 10-minute time limit on that. Is that something we can request some consideration from the commission, or should we try and wedge it into the last 5 minutes of rebuttal?
Well, you could request consideration. I guess I'd be interested in knowing how much more time you think you'd need.
Less than 10 minutes to complete our.
An additional.
Yeah, I would say we can probably get it done in 5.
Yeah, 5.
I mean, it not including the rebuttal time.
Correct. I'm not sure what public comment is out there, but we intend to address the correspondence that's already come in.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's within my discretion. I'll I'll give you an extra 5 minutes to complete it. I say that, but I do want to give the commission an opportunity. I think that can be overridden by a majority vote if people don't want to give the applicant an extra 5 minutes to wrap it up. I'm not seeing anybody wanting to do that. So if you guys could just take an extra 5 minutes and try to bring everything home, that'd be great.
You're live.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to be real quick on reclamation. Again, you all have this slide. It just kind of highlights, we've gotten 2 governor's reclamation awards in the last 7 years. And, the second one in 2019 then was submitted for a national award in Harrington, Kansas. And you can see a brief description of what was done there. It was really a good partnership with a landowner who was really into wildlife and actually was a great partner in creating the idea for the Bobcat Sanctuary. And so we're really proud of that one. And then so it kind of ties into our reclamation concepts. I'm not going to get too deep into it. Mary mentioned we view it as kind of park open space into the future. I think there's many ways we about that. The key for us is, things that HAM's committed to do is to set aside 5 cents a ton sold out of the life of this quarry to, provide some sort of charge to a final reclamation plan. We have listed on the slide here things that could be recreational out there into the future. We also are looking at creating a dog park on the east side of the Pete Fish parcel that Mary mentioned is under reclamation now. It may delay the reclamation just to get that done, but all the grading will basically be done in this year. And then, there's been a few things shed to light on liability as it relates to reclamation. HAM holds liability with bonding through the state and has liability as long as it owns the property. And so, we've tried to look for partners for some of this recreational space at the end of life. And I know some concern was around liability, but it's not, if HAM owns the property, we're responsible for it and always will be. So I'm going to pass it off to Pat. Thank you all for the time.
We'll speed through these last couple of slides. I'd like to address just a couple of components of this application that I think are easy to sort. The first is that this is a 160-acre addition to the CUP, but that's a little bit deceptive because when you look at the mining areas that are going to be addressed here and you discount what's being taken off from the Shelton parcel, we're really looking at about 50 acres. And we don't expect that 50 acres will be able to be mined within the term that we're requesting. So we're really looking at, more incremental addition than what it might appear or what it might be distorted to be. The term of the CUP is also unique, and I think Mary hit it well. We're asking for 25 years from the date of approval. And considering the 9 years that were taken up in litigation following the last CUP approval, we think that it ought to be counted in our favor there. I do want to note the conditions of the CUP that Mary mentioned. She did a nice job reviewing them, but this is the most comprehensive set of conditions in the HAM inventory. One of them that I will note is that compliance with KDHE, with the EPA, with the Corps of Engineers, with MSHA, with OSHA, are all conditions of the CUP. The list goes on. I won't belabor it. Mary's done a nice job, but these make for a very safe quarry. I do want to comment on the correspondence from the city of Eudora and their concerns about the comprehensive plan in the urban growth area. And really, there's a couple things to say about this. This is a map from their comprehensive plan, and I've identified the location of the quarry with the yellow box. The gray area is tier 1, with the yellow area being tier 2, and they expect to be able to expand into that yellow area within 20 years. We're still a half mile from that. And I think this application actually creates a nice buffer between the urban growth area and the actual mining area, which is important to note. Second point that I think is useful here is that Eudora and other nearby, as Eudora grows and other nearby communities grow, they'll certainly need access to limestone aggregate. We actually think that this is a benefit to a growing community. And I don't want to belabor that point, but as Brendan noted, without the Eudora quarry, we're really looking at quarries outside of the county for the supply of rock for growing communities, which I think is a useful piece of information. We went ahead and did a study on quarries that that grow around, or communities that grow around quarries. And we've got some data about, this is Columbia, Missouri, showing subdivisions that have grown around, and these are ham quarries at that have grown well within distances that Eudora has concerns about. This is Lake Lotawana. These are in Kansas City, Lone Elm and Johnson County aggregates, along with the Olathe quarry. Now, we're not trying to suggest that it's the most desirable place to build, but we are trying to note that it's not incompatible. And at some level, there may be benefits to it. I should recognize Mary's efforts here. I do want to make that one distinction. I think she noted that phase one will need to be fully reclaimed before going to phase two. And I think our application notes that phase one will begin reclamation on phase one. We need the material from phase two to reclaim phase one. So that was just one slight distinction. We also should note that we don't think that there's an owner living on that next door property that will become a peninsula with this application. The permanent residence burned 5 or 6 years ago. There has been a mobile home on site, but we don't see traffic. And we haven't heard from that person throughout these processes. So there's a residence noted, but we don't believe there's anyone living on that property. I think that's it for now. We'll stand for questions. I appreciate the extra time, Chair, and our team is available to answer any questions you might have. Obviously, staff has studied this at great length. We think this is a compelling application, certainly better than the last one that you all received, but we believe that last one, setting this comprehensive list of conditions, really tees this up for a more compelling, more straightforward mining application here. Thank you for your time.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Watkins, and apologize for the confusion on that. That's our bylaws provide the timeframes for presentations from applicants and the amount of time that each member of the public can speak, and then provides the applicant with an opportunity to respond to public testimony for up to 5 minutes. And I think sometimes I just assume people are all aware of that, and I should have mentioned that at the outset. I apologize for that. But with that, now is the time where we will entertain public comment on this item. And so if there, excuse me, if there are members of the public in person, I don't see the room where those people were. I think we would take their comments first if they approach. Maybe Kyle or Becky, you can help me know if there's anybody there.
Becky Pepper, Planning. There is no one in this room to speak in person.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Becky. And so anybody on the Zoom call, if there's members of public that wish to offer comment on this item, raise your hand and we'll call on you, and you'll have 3 minutes to comment.
Kyle Kobe, planner. I don't see any digital hands going up. Okay, I see Arthur Neese. I don't want to, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name wrong. I saw your hand go up, and then looks like Adria Burks also has raised their hand. And as more come up, we'll be sure to call on you.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you. I think I did see Mr. Neese's hand go up first, so you can go ahead, sir. Sir, I think you're muted still. Sorry.
Thank you.
There you go.
Chairman. It happens all the time when a corporation is threatened with regulatory review because they flock to the regulators and create various languages and multiple interpretations of everything. So HAM, a subsidiary of Summit Materials, is engaged in the same thing that Facebook engages in. They use words and phrases that must be dissected very carefully. For example, words like health and safety concerns, community good neighbors, and in this instance, multiple definitions about last year's authorizations with use of the setback areas. Now we find there are multiple definitions. One is operations in the setback areas, which mean removal of the topsoil and creating roads and denuding vegetation and landscape within the setbacks as well as changing the elevations of the land. Some of those were generally addressed, but not specific with regard to hauling. Yet, as you see from photo 5 submitted, there's already a road that was there within 70 days, and the berm was relocated from what was supposed to be at the far south side of the setback to the north side of the setback, and then we're told, well, it's not practical. Ham has been on this site for 70 years, or been in business for 70 years, and on this site for decades. So it knows precisely what it's dealing with, and something like, oh, we can't do it because of health safety reasons, wasn't something that came up just last year within days after the other CUP was approved. And throughout the present presentation, they use words like where possible or best practices. And in all instances, they'll say we'll be consulting with the neighbors and with the city and with everybody in good faith, but they always have a comment that says, and we'll make decisions considering that input and the input of the needs of the operator, the query operator. Well, let's just spend time now confirming that. What I would also point out is that the berm locations as presented in the present application for the south edge of the property are exactly, of my property, are exactly in the same location as was on last year's application. But in fact, they are now being placed at the north end of the setback, not the south end. Yet they have a way to get out of that by simply referring to the engineering drawing as drafts. I doubt if the commissioners approve drafts of anything. I agree with the concerns of the City of Eudora Planning, but may I caution, however, that action is needed now, or Ham will proceed to dig a 175-foot deep lake. Planning involvement needs to be happening now at all levels from all parties. And I would point out the use of the East 2300 Road as the address for Ham, not 1200 Road as last year. Access was authorized from 2300, but not a change of address. And the use of East 2300 was only for the occasional survey and minor engineering uses. I would also encourage the county and the city of Eudora to explore specific instances in other cities. A small example would be in Des Moines, Iowa, an area called Grays Lake, which is immediately south of the downtown of Des Moines, Iowa. Grays Lake is the result of a gravel and sand quarry operation more than a century ago. The leftover lake is 96 acres and of a total of 167 acres and is a 17-foot maximum depth. The water is not pure enough for swimming and only canoeing and sailing. After private businesses failed on that site, the city of Des Moines took over the site, including the industrial area. It can share data as to the millions and millions of dollars required over these decades to create the recreational parks. And there were also multi-millions of dollars of philanthropic interests that came to bear from the city downtown owners to create polish to an otherwise marginal or eyesore. There are other examples, and there's additional cost looking at the situation for the parks and recreational services related thereto, including continuing permitting and web technology. I also focus on the
Mr. Neese, I'm sorry, I just need to cut you off there. I've given you a little more time than needed, so we need to move on to other comments.
Sure.
But please stay on the line because there may be questions from commissioners sent to you.
Sure.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, sorry. The next person with their hand up is Aja Burks.
Thank you. I have been Mr. Nice's attorney since 2002, addressing some of these Ham considerations on this query. So I have quite a history in terms of the development And part of that history deals with the development on the berms. The berms were initially put in for safety factors, and when the commissioners asked about, and the staff asked about vegetation, Ham said, well, would you not put vegetation on there? We'll work with the planning staff to deal with the vegetation. However, there was nothing at all in there about drainage. One of my concerns about this application now is if you look at the very, very, very fine print in those Blackstone drawings, they have outs on many, many items that are part of the CUP. For instance, note 4 says, berms will be constructed as needed around property boundary to facilitate drainage. All drainage berms will be periodically inspected and maintained as necessary to all for proper water flow. We no longer are dealing with the safety in terms of shielding the facility from neighboring properties or vegetation at all. We're talking about drainage. And that was not part of the initial 2003 application at all. Then if you look at note 7, it says the operator shall in good faith work with neighboring landowners to effectively manage surface water flow for the benefit of the surrounding properties and the quarry at large. I have two concerns with this. One is good faith, which is apparently defined by Ham. And secondly, if we're looking at the quarry at large, there's a concept called water trespass. Ham has no right to divert water onto neighboring properties without agreement of the property owners. But that footnote 7 basically says that Ham can say we're operating in good faith and do whatever they darn well please, excuse me, to address that. Additionally, on the setbacks, this property has got 2 creeks on it. One is the old Coleman's Creek. On the old Coleman's Creek, that's on the east side, the setback is 100 feet from on the west and then nothing on the east. If we look at what we're doing in the Shelton parcel, we're doing 50 feet from one side of the creek and 50 feet from the other side. We have no explanation why we're narrowing that setback by 50 feet, because on the Coleman's Creek, it's 100 feet on one side alone. That seems like it's very arbitrary and capricious to me when we're not even addressing that. And then as I look at this proposal and the way it's set out, because we divided it, I can't tell, and maybe I'm overlooking something, how far down those setbacks go, or if we're even putting those setbacks into that unnamed tributary that goes into Captain's Creek.
Ms. Burks, just to bring it back here, you're past the 3 minutes. Would you mind wrapping up, concluding your thought?
Okay. There's an arbitrary and capricious standard that's used to judge what you and the county commissioners do. We need to be able to, if there's going to be a change in terms of what we're doing, or if there's going to be outs, and all of those footnotes, I would encourage you to look at very, very closely on Blackstone, because they provide outs for letting Ham do what they want to do rather than what that is actually approved by the commissioners. So I would ask that you all remand this back to staff so that they seriously look at those footnotes and how that impacts things.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Burks. Other members of the public on the call that wish to offer comment, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any.
Planner, I was just chiming in to confirm the same thing, Chair.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Kyle. Then I will go ahead and close public comment on that and give the applicant an opportunity to respond to those comments. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Watkins, to respond to those and offer any other thoughts you want.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. We are familiar with Mr. Nice's comments. We've been in communication with Mr. Nice and his attorney in the previous process and in advance of this process. Every time comments, concerns, questions are brought to our attention, we do address them. We have a very thorough correspondence record. But the complaints that I hear at this point are complaints about this compliance with the CUP. And we certainly feel that we are in compliance with the existing CUP. I think staff would be able to confirm if they think that we're in compliance, but it's our understanding that they find us to be in compliance. We just went through a 5-year review, but staff is in a unique position to talk about how they might evaluate neighborhood concerns, neighbors' concerns, and any concerns that you might have here. There are setbacks to the drainage areas, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, but if there's a specific question about the size of the setbacks, Austin Quick with Blackstone is on our team. I know he has told me this before, but Coleman Creek is a certain size of tributary. It merits a larger setback. This creek that's on the west side of the property, on the edge of the proposed mining area, it is not so much a creek most of the year, and it's of a different caliber, and it's rated differently and regulated differently. And it's common within our quarry applications and within the stormwater pollution plans that we have to file that these things get different setbacks. But we are capable of answering that question with far more technical language than I've provided to you today. We respect that neighbors have concerns, and Mr. Nice has had concerns. We feel strongly that we've done our best to try and address his concerns, and we're still open to doing so. If there are concerns about the berms, we're interested in working with them. If there are particular concerns about other areas, we're interested in finding common ground with our neighbors. But with that said, our full team is here. If there's pointed questions or concerns from your staff, or excuse me, from this commission, we're eager to answer them. I'd also say, just concluding my thoughts, we've had a thorough public review and commentary. And I think the lack of public interest isn't necessarily a bad thing for this type of project. It's at some level for our team, it's an indication of the work that we've gone through with our neighbors. It's an indication that the royalty that the quarry is paying, that has just paid to asphalt the haul route, is working. These things take time, and the royalty has been accumulating over the last 15 years, and we're now starting to see some positive feedback loop on that. So we think that this process, while mining is intensive and while there will be neighborhood concerns, and certainly there are valid planning concerns from both Eudora and planning staff, we think this is a far better approach to mining at the Eudora Quarry than what we currently have. We think that this application is a great thing for the community. It'll allow the Eudora Quarry to continue serving our community needs into the future. So I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you for the time.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. With that, then, I guess I'll bring it back to our commissions. I hope everyone will stay on the call that's spoken. I mean, we have 16 commissioners on the line, so I'm guessing there'll be plenty of questions. But I guess just to lay the groundwork, this is a joint meeting. And as I understand it, though, we need to send separate recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. So at the end of our discussion, hopefully we'll get to a point where both commissions feel like they can make motions, vote on them, and send those up, whether they're lockstep or divergent. You know, I think it's fine either way, but that's sort of the end game, just for my fellow commissioners, where this needs to go. But with that, I guess maybe I would ask Chair Martin if there was anything that you wanted to say before sort of launching into discussion.
I don't believe there's a whole lot for me to say. Most of it has been reflected. Sorry, let me start over here. Commissioner Martin, Chairman, Eudora Planning Commission. Make sure I identify myself. I don't think it would be much more that I really need to say that isn't reflected in the letter dated to Mary Miller, December 3, 2021, that you all have in your packet. I think the biggest issue that the Eudora Planning Commission has is with the CUP going until 2045. We're talking almost a quarter of a century. That's a long time. And I think that we need to be cautious with planning, especially considering with the completion of the South Lawrence Traffic Way. The K-10 corridor is growing, and it's going to continue to grow for the communities that buffer K-10, not only from a commercial standpoint, but from a residential standpoint. And with Eudora growing to the south and to the southeast and to the southwest, as we look at our urban growth area, this is something that really needs to be considered strongly by all parties. And I also think that we need to look at this from a fiscal standpoint. Staff noted the fiscal impact to the city in their report is $0. Well, that's great, except we're talking about Eudora and the fiscal impact to Eudora, which I think will be much bigger than $0 over time. And I think that really reflects most of our commentary. I'd be willing to hear from any other commissioners from the Eudora Planning Commission, unless I have summed it up for everyone. Do we have anyone raising their hand? Any commissioners from Eudora? I don't have that visibility.
I'd like to make, this is Commissioner Pringle, and I'd like to make a couple of comments. Ham came before us in 2019 with its conditional use permit, and they were proposing to expand the quarry, and upon completion of the quarry, they were going to have a lake or a large pond that was going to be 170, 180 feet deep. Their conditional use permit was approved up till 2033, I believe. Now, less than 2 years, factors have changed. Now, Ham has come back in here and asked for a change to the conditional use permit to expand their quarry. Now, I realize the importance of a quarry. The product is needed, and I don't have a problem with the expansion of the quarry, but I do have a problem with extending the time out to 2046, basically 25 years from now. I think their actions need to be reviewed in a more timely manner, and I don't think the CUP should be extended beyond 2033, which is what it currently is. I honestly suspect within the next few years, Ham will probably come back in for an additional change to the CUP and probably tell us instead of a 65-acre deep lake, they want to go down for that lower layer of rock and now make it back to 170 feet. So they'll want additional time. I see no reason why Ham can't come back 2031 or 2032 to ask for an extension if the factors at that time that affect both Ham, the city of Eudora, and Douglas County, I'm sure they're going to change. And so those need to all be considered at that time, not here in 2021 when we don't know what will have occurred in the next 10 or 15 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Pringle. Anyone else from the Eudora Planning Commission would like to comment, please? Okay, hearing none, I'll turn it back over to you, Commissioner Sinclair.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Chair Martin. I hope if any Eudora commissioners feel like they want to jump in at any point, that that you don't hesitate. But I'll raise it, or I'll open it up to also members of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. Does anybody want to jump in? Commissioner Rexroad?
Thanks, Commissioner Rexroad. There were several concerns shared from members of the community that suggest Ham's behavior, commitment to the area should be further inspected. Sent back to staff, I think, was the request made. So the question I guess I have is for staff and maybe for the Eudora folks. Is there any evidence, any history of complaints, anything that suggests that Ham has operated anything other than as they've indicated?
Commissioner Rexroad, is that directed at a staff member?
I think city staff, yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mary Miller, City County Planner. We've received, I don't think we've received any complaints about Eudora Ham Quarry. There was a complaint about the nature of the road earlier. A neighbor had commented on that, and that complaint was provided to the county engineer. And so he explained that there's going to be asphalting on the road. And then he contacted Ham and let them know that there was issues on the roadway. And I was copied on the emails, and I saw that Ham noted that they would go out and they would take care of that issue. And they noted they didn't think the issue was being caused by their berms. And so that was resolved. So there was a complaint, but it sounded like it all got worked out through the county Public Works Department and Ham, which is how you would expect complaints to work. Someone complains and then they go out and look at the issue and raise a notice. I think that's the only actual complaint we've gotten. We did get during the 5-year review, Adra Burks did come by with pictures and with concerns about the setbacks. So shortly after that, we did a site visit, and we toured the site and we inspected the setbacks, and it didn't look to us that they had been violated. It looked like they were providing the accurate amount of setback. We don't actually require the berms to be in a certain location within that setback. That's completely up to the operator, wherever it's the best place to put it. The purpose of the berm is primarily just to screen the view, and it'll do it just fine regardless of where it is. So we've had very few complaints about the quarry. If the zoning director, I don't know if she's on the call, but usually when they get complaints, they let me know as well. And so I don't think we've had very many at all during their time frame.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Rexroad, just a follow-on comment or question. A question I think for the Eudora planning group. There's certainly understand the concerns one might have about growth and how this facility and planned growth for Eudora need to be considered carefully. I wonder though if there are, particularly around K10 SLT traffic way, if there are any plans, anything known out there in the next X number of years that is a very real consideration that needs to be made, or is it just really thinking about what might happen over the next 20, 40 years?
Commissioner Martin, Eudora Planning Commission. I think really we're looking at the growth that Eudora is experiencing now, and looking at the areas Eudora is most likely to move over the next 15 to 25 years, which is south, southeast, and southwest. I guess, for lack of better words, we're less landlocked going that way. And development most likely would be less expensive going that way. So, you know, as I said earlier, as we look at what's expected in the future and development already growing in our community and some other communities in the county, this is what we see happening.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is Commissioner Rexroad again. One last question for the applicant. Could you talk just a little bit about quarries and their proximity to where growth is happening? In the presentation, I made a note that you provide the very materials that enable that growth. And as I do a look on a map looking at quarries across the country, you oftentimes find them in the center of where development has happened. Maybe not right next to residential, but certainly it appears that that's there. Is there some thinking about where you locate quarries relative to growth? Is there some aspect of that we need to consider?
Yeah, sure. I'll take that. This is Brendan Devereaux again with PM. You know, I think one thing to consider, one enormous cost in the material that we provide is transportation. And so, you know, every load of material is likely hauled from our quarry at somewhere from 16 tons to 24 tons at a time. So the closer you can be to any construction project, it creates an economic advantage for the consumer and, you know, potentially for our company as well. So I would say, it's a bit of an art when we're talking about new quarries, because it is hard today to find something that is right around development, just because, it's hard to find large parcels of land. You know, in Northeast Kansas, we mine very thin ledges of limestone. And so you do have to crush a lot of acreage compared to a lot of other parts of the country and the world. But it's very advantageous. And, we did have in the presentation, we've got 2 quarries right on the south end of Olathe. And, southern Johnson County is the fastest growing area in the KC Metro, and by all accounts will be for the next 20 years. And just, this is somewhat unrelated. I come from the Northeast, Massachusetts and Rhode Island specifically, and there's not near the open space anywhere that we have out here in the Midwest. And so I've worked at quarries that have an address of Main Street in towns that have, 20, 30,000 populations. And when we would have a zoning meeting and invite abutters within 250 foot of the property line, we'd have 230 different homeowners that would show up. So, quarries are in every state in this country, most likely in every country in the world, and certainly in developing areas. So we find it to be the best way to conduct business, because, the quicker trucks can turn around and get in and out, the less that are going to be on the road, because they don't have to travel as far. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Commissioner Ashworth.
Commissioner Ashworth, according to the letter for the statements by the Eudora Planning Group, one of the primary concerns is the extension that is part of this application. And I thought I heard Mary Miller say there might be some flexibility with that extension date. Is there a time frame that Eudora would find more acceptable? And I'll ask that to the Eudora Planning Commission. Thank you.
Grant Martin, Chairman, Eudora Planning Commission. I think when we talked about it, acceptable, Commissioner Pringle to my right, and quite honestly, I think a lot of us would agree that we'd like to see this addressed closer to the sunset date of 2033. To go out 25 years to us just seems a little extreme.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Asher. So 2033. I thought I'd seen something about 2040. So 2033 would be more acceptable. Can I ask Mary Miller to comment on the degree of flexibility for this? extension date? Thank you.
Mary Miller, City County Planner. The extension date would be totally up to the commissions. You know, they've requested to 2046, and the Eudora Planning Commission in their letter mentioned they expect growth to expand throughout Tier 2 by 2040. So in my presentation, I said, if you were considering reducing it, maybe 2040, maybe there's a reason to choose that date, as maybe the area would be completely developed and you would want to reevaluate it. And so, but the flexibility is always there. That's up to the commission.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, if I could ask a question to the applicant, Mr. Watkins or Mr. Devereaux, I don't know. I mean, is it feasible to quarry sort of as much as what the goal would be and reclaim by 2033? Or is that something that that you believe it would be impossible?
Well, the reclamation, just to be clear, this is Patrick Watkins. The reclamation happens after quarrying activities. So we're really talking about a time frame for mining. Our current CUP takes us through 2033, and that was a 30-year term approved in 2003. It was intended to be a 30-year mining term. And I need to reiterate that we lost 9 of those years. We made up some time with the scale of demand, but really our request right now is crafted based upon the size of the mining area requested here. And 25 years was the amount that staff found to be appropriate, you know, sort of in coordination and discussion with them. It doesn't get us the sort of time we need under our current restrictions of mining to mine these areas in phase 2 and phase 3. So an expansion of the mining area without an expansion on the amount of time, it's sort of an apples and oranges thing, and it doesn't get us what we need. I mean, we have, to clarify also a couple of comments that Eudora made, I mean, we are still going after the same ledges that we were pursuing in 2019. It just so happens that this mining configuration allows us to bring the pond depth up dramatically. That's one of the reasons this application is so compelling, is that we're not looking at a 175-foot deep pond at the end of this. We're looking, or 135 feet. We're looking at a 68-foot deep pond, in part because we can slope these because of the amount of interburden within the new property. I would also note that there's 5-year reviews, and these CUPs are meant to have some flexibility built into them. We meet with the planning staff and we do a site review to make sure that we're in conformance. If we're granted no extra time, I think the mining and the reclamation, a great deal about this application has to change. We're probably not mining at the same depths. We probably wouldn't ask for the same configuration. This would be quite a bit different. So unfortunately, I think what Mary's recommended in 2040 obviously is a lot more palatable. I think it doesn't change the mining operation dramatically, but again, these are large operations. We need the sort of security that 25 years gives you to have a CUP. We really think this is really not a dramatic increase, given that we were provided a 30-year term of mining. We still have 13 left and we lost 9. So this is really more of an increase of 3 under that sort of math. We know that, you know, we understand that it's unpalatable, but if Eudora is looking out 20 years, that's sort of a minimum, I think, from our perspective.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Commissioner Willie, I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I had a question for Mary. Seems we do see quarry CUPs regularly, if not super often, but isn't 30 years the typical time length for a CUP for a quarry? And this is actually asking for less than that. Would that be right?
Well, you're right. Yes, usually a quarry gets approved for 30 years. And I think this would be less, of course, taking into account the fact that it's already in existence and already had an approval. If it was a brand new quarry, 30 years would be what we'd be expecting.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I ask another?
Please do.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Question for Mr. Watkins. The litigation where the 9 years was lost, can you talk to us about that? That does seem like an extenuating factor for this. Can you give us what happened and how that was resolved?
Yeah, I can give you a sort of a brief summary. Following the approval of this CUP in 2003, this is actually my dad's work with HAM in 2003, so I'm sort of familiar through family on it, but the county was sued. The litigant was Art Nice. The county was the defendant. The county prevailed at the district court level on summary judgment. The petitioner appealed to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals affirmed the district court's ruling. It took 9 years because that's sometimes how slow litigation is. But during that time frame, they're under agreement with the county. We didn't move forward with mining those approved areas. So we didn't start with this mining operation onto that approved area until 2014 or so. That's a brief summary. There was a number of issues that were litigated. All of them were resolved in favor of the county.
Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Mr. Watkins, I just want to follow up on that. Since I know you weren't involved with it directly, but you did say you were familiar with that lawsuit. At any time, did HAM ask for the court to grant them the extra time or ask the county commission for the extra time that was lost in litigation?
I don't know that we've made a formal request of the planning department. Now, HAM wasn't a litigant. It was Art Nice versus the county. As soon as the Court of Appeals affirmed the decision and the time period on appealing expired, we were granted the ability to start mining. And I don't think it's been taken up with planning since that time.
Are you familiar with any case law or other regulations that deal with lost time during litigation in conditional use permits?
Not offhand, no.
Okay. It seems like a topic that is ripe for a decision someplace, sometime. Because it strikes me, I've never heard a request for essentially bonus time because of lost time in a conditional use permit. I think as a commission as a whole, we've been struggling with duration of conditional use permits and trying to make them more consistent across applications that come in. And quarries have been the longest, and I'm not sure how we ended up with 30 years as what happened at the beginning, and it's just been continued that way. But we've had conversations about, comp plan, where we are on 20-year schedules for updating comprehensive plans. And there's been discussion about bringing conditional use permits more in the range of when communities look at their comprehensive plans. Because 30 years, that's like 1.5 comprehensive plans. But anyway, I am struggling a little bit just with the time frame on that. I hear Eudora would like it to be closer to when their comprehensive plan is, and perhaps even less. And what our recommendation might be, or where I might be in a discussion farther along this evening on how long the conditional use permit. I'd like to hear other viewpoints on the different lengths of conditional use permits that we're granting for different applicants, and should we be looking for more consistency? And yeah, I'll be great for the Eudora Planning Commission to weigh in on that too.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Willie, did you have a comment to make in response to Commissioner Carpenter's?
I do, only if there isn't an immediate response from the Eudora Planning Commission. Okay, Karen Willie, Planning. Go ahead.
Sorry, Commissioner Graham Martin. I think generally we would definitely like to see something aligned more with our Horizon 2040 or our comp plan. As I stated earlier, it just seems like, 25 years in this case, 30-year permit, it is a long time. And based on the growth of the community, something I think just needs to be addressed sooner than 25 years from now. Go ahead, Commissioner Watt.
Thank you. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. So we've had some discussion on other things about tying CUPs to the length of comprehensive plan or the time frame of comprehensive plans. And I'm not sure that carries a great deal of weight with me because the length of a comprehensive plan or that view time is somewhat arbitrary. We set 20 years, but the comprehensive plan may or may not be updated within that time. Sometimes they take longer, sometimes they go shorter. It interests me more to see CUPs tied to the practicalities of the use in question. So in this case, we have a use that is not likely to move from the location that it has, depending on what we grant for CUPs. I'm more curious to see, it's a product that we need. It's a product that Eudora especially needs, but any city that is growing needs a product that is close by to this. And once you have a core, it's so hard to get one established. Once you have one, I would like to see it used to the extent that it is practical before we have to look at another location or an expansion. I think if we were to ask them to, close this CUP down in 2033, they would need to look at, a larger portion of land just to fulfill kind of the next stage of financing or something like that. So I'm in favor of certainly maybe not the full 30 years, which they're not asking for, but something closer to that realm.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. I see Commissioner Ryan Rock's hand raised.
Commissioner Harder, Eudora Planning Commission. One question. So we all reviewed and wrote letters for the CUP that was extended last year. So for the applicant, why was a time extension not requested or considered then?
Yeah, thanks. Brendan Devereaux with Ham Companies again. The simple distinction there is just the amount of land and the reserves that we had. So we thought that 2033 was a reasonable time to have most of or a significant portion of our existing pit and then the Shelton parcel mined. And so it was somewhat intentional around the lifespan of the use. We've acquired more land that has all 6 geologies I mentioned earlier on it, which just provides a longer life for the quarry. And having that time allows us to plan ahead both for our mining sequence and reclamation as well. And certainly there's an investment component where we've invested in buying land, and having that horizon allows us to invest in new equipment, both plant and mobile, and just kind of set up a business for our employees and our company for the duration of the resource.
Great, thank you.
This is Commissioner Pringle. I do have one question for Ms. Miller or Mr. Watkins. Is there anything that prevents Ham Quarry from requesting an extension of the CUP 10 years from now? I believe Ms. Willie was indicating 2033 as, an end of the quarry on that date. Is there anything that prevents Ham for asking to extend the CUP for 20 years in 2033?
I don't mind giving this a shot, Mary. The answer is no. I mean, Ham is entitled to ask, but this process requires a great deal of investment. It requires support in a range of forms, but getting staff support, getting community support, getting planning commission support oftentimes, and then obviously the critical component is county commission support. So we can ask, but we don't go in for things that we don't need. I would say there's an investment, as Brendan said, there is an investment component to this that we have to fulfill. But nothing would stop us from, I suppose, from coming back. Mary, is that fair?
Mary Miller, planner. Yes, nothing would stop you from asking. And from the other's viewpoint, property owners in the nearby area, if you give them a 2033 deadline, they'll make their plans assuming that that is the deadline. But if we operate knowing that more than likely there's going to be an extension requested, it would be more straightforward to do the extension up front. That way property owners have a better idea of what to plan for. And they may be pleasantly surprised if it gets done earlier, but no one's ever happy to find out that now the quarry wants another 10 years. And then they'll be asking the same questions. Why didn't you ask for that when you asked for your extension? And so they can always ask. Sometimes it's better to try to give them as much room as you think they need, as much time, while still accommodating, other plans for the area, such as the growth of Eudora. So it's kind of looking at both angles.
I do want to clarify, it would have been our intention, and it is our intention still, that this request is far more palatable and tasteful, not only from a community perspective, but a business perspective. We would have liked to have brought this application to Eudora and to the county last year. It wasn't available to us at that time. Since that time, it's become available. It makes a lot of sense to adjust now before we get into the west half of the Shelton parcel. I think that's really the reason right now. And we've crafted the term so that we can mine these areas. Now, there are additional areas to this property. It's not clear what things are going to be like in 20 years. And I hate to put a lid or too much restriction on something we can't predict so far down the road. But there is more land out here, and there may be more community need.
Luke Sinclair Chair, thank you, Mr. Watkins. Commissioner Willie, was your hand raised?
Yes, Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I had a question from Mary. I think we've been talking about an extension from, we don't actually extend a CUP. We close one out and start a new one. Isn't that right? That this would be a new CUP, that the old one would actually go away. So we're looking at just strictly the time frame on this CUP. Is that correct?
Mary Miller, planner. Yes, you're right. That would be how we should be looking at it. You're right. We're not extending the old CUP. It's, if this CUP is approved, the old one would go away, would be a new CUP.
Luke Sinclair Chair, Commissioner Ashworth.
Commissioner Ashworth, unless somebody has more questions on the length of the CUP, I would change the subject, but I don't want to close this topic out if people still have questions on it. Now, I just had a question about the reclamation. There's quite a plan for the reclamation in the diagrams in the application, but yet it is still quite speculative. Can the applicant talk a little bit about what happens with that land? I know that one possibility is giving it over to another entity, city, county, but if that is not wanted by the city, let's say Eudora, what happens to that plan? What happens to that land?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Brendan Devereaux again, Ham Companies. So the things that we've talked about in the early stages, and I believe you hinted at it, was, essentially a land donation, some sort of public entity, whether it be the city or the county, that could take over the land and manage it as some sort of public amenity. We certainly have put together some renderings with some ideas. If that weren't to be the case, I think there's other avenues we could pursue, other potential public entities, even the state of Kansas. And if those weren't an option, it may just be a sale to a private entity to develop the open space and recreation that's left behind. I don't envision Ham ever being properly in the open space and recreation business, and that would be why we're looking for a partner, because we think we do a nice job at construction materials and construction, but We're not in the recreation business. So having either a public or private partner that would take that over, that's really the impetus for that plan. I hope that answered your question. If not, feel free to ask a follow-up.
Yes, just a real quick follow-up. This might have been in the application packet. I'm sorry. It's but that particular recreation plan is speculative. We really don't know what it would look like given the opportunities that may or may not be there to take over the land. So I'm just a little concerned about the conditions that might be left if that particular recreation plan was not followed or not pursued.
Sure. Yeah. So I think we're going to have, we'll have sloping requirements and vegetation requirements that exist regardless of what that future state is. And those are the things that HAM will have to manage and complete before bond is released and before we don't have that reclamation liability. So as far as that future use, I'm not sure it's, you're right that it's not defined, but I'm not sure it's critical to ensure that, HAM properly reclaims the property.
Yeah, and I would clarify, the Department of Agriculture and KDHE oversee reclamation. There are reclamation requirements that are going to have to be met. We're talking about conceptual renderings at this point. You're absolutely right about that, Commissioner Ashworth. But that would go above and beyond. HAM has received awards through the state, through national associations. This is a great opportunity to build upon the success of their other reclamation projects. This is an opportunity to go with something much bigger. The problem is that it takes a great deal of time to get these conversations off the ground. We've seen some discussion at the town hall meeting. We've had discussions with the county. It's a little bit far-fetched to think that the county would take it on right now. So we'll be having to pursue other avenues over the course of the next 20 years. But this is an opportunity to do something greater. HAM is willing and committed to putting aside 5 cents per ton to do extra reclamation here on this site. We'll be searching out whether it can be something of a larger public amenity later. The baseline requirements for safety are going to be met regardless.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Ashworth, did you have a follow-up? Okay, Commissioner Shanklin.
Hi, Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I have a quick question. I guess it's for Patrick Watkins. You showed a slide of quarries outside of Columbia, Missouri, and I was wondering, has any reclamation been done on those quarries? How long have they been in existence? And just as a counterpoint, there must have been a reason you showed us those slides, so I'd like to just ask a question or two about those.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that question. And those slides are current. These are HAM quarries, and they were depicted specifically to address Eudora's concerns about growth area and growing around a quarry. We have a couple people on the call. I don't specifically know if there's reclamation that's been taking place on these particular quarries. They are HAM quarries. Ryan, are you able to unmute? Perhaps I think Ryan Blosser might be the person to know. You might have to raise your hand. Ryan, we got you on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the Missouri quarries have been in existence since the 70s, and the geology in Missouri is quite a bit different than here in Kansas. They mine 150-foot deep ledges with very little overburden. So most of the reclamation at the Missouri quarries is just watersheds. They're made into lakes. So since it's currently an active mine, it has not started filling up with water yet, but at some point there will be large water basins that will someday be used for the city of Columbia. We're actually, if you look at one of those slides, we call it Boone East. It's actually a city of Columbia owned site where we we plan to finish there this next year. And once we move out, it will fill with water and just be a large water basin that the city will tap into as a resource. Did that answer your question?
I think it did. So there must be other competing quarries with you in northwest of Columbia. Is that possible?
In the Columbia area, we pretty much control the market. We don't have a whole lot of competition. To the southeast.
Okay. Well, in the northwest quadrant of Columbia on Blackfoot Road and Creasy Springs Road, there are two quarries. Are those yours?
That's right. That's our Boone. We call that our Boone West Quarry and our Boone East Quarry.
Okay. Coincidentally, I grew up bouncing along in the potholes behind your trucks, and I think I'm very sympathetic with the concerns that that Eudora has and with the neighbors to the quarry have. It is, I mean, quarries are a cost of progress, and but I think it's unrealistic to necessarily assume that reclamation will occur at all. I think these quarries, I don't think they date back to 1970 because I've been around a lot longer than that, and I remember them from my youth. But looking at an aerial photo of them now online, I see that the interesting, this is a poorer part of town. It is an undeveloped, relatively speaking, quadrant of the city. And that's probably what Eudora should expect. Quarries are well compatible with agricultural uses, but I would question Mary's comment earlier that they're at all compatible with residential uses. That's just not the case. And that's why there isn't a lot of development in that northwest quadrant of Columbia. There are a couple of trailer parks and some low-income housing that have developed around the quarries, but nothing more. And anybody can go online and look at the map and just see what the development's like. But having said that, and I'm very sympathetic with Eudora, it is a cost of progress, and we have to strike that balance. So that's what we're left to consider. I don't know that CUP lengths or reclamation promises, and Mr. Jankowski's letter is the one that resonated the most with me, is we are frequently these days looking at cases where value is extracted from the land, whether it's a quarry or a solar farm, someone who makes nitrogen and phosphorus and doesn't clean up the site before they file for bankruptcy. The White Lakes Mall in Topeka is costing Topeka $2.5 million to clean up the asbestos. We should be looking, as Mr. Jankowski says, at to whom the liability falls when the company leaves the project, and that is to us, the taxpayers. And we end up bearing the cost of that progress. So that's, my only comment is that we should be realistic, and I don't think any amount of reclamation promises or, telling us that these will be parks and swimming and canoeing lakes and dog parks is going to help get over that fact. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Other commissioners that have questions or comments? Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Yeah, just Following up on some of the comments that Commissioner Shanklin had made, I'm looking at a different map. I'm looking at the Columbia site, and right in between those two quarries, I see a golf course and sports parks. I see what we would probably call RS7 type zoning and residential. I don't see any trailer parks around there. So I may be looking at something quite different than you have.
I can't speak to that, Gary. Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. The golf course and the area surrounding it predate the quarries. And it was the result of decommissioning the municipal airport that was there at that time. And so the trailer park is on Blackfoot Road. You can see it if you look really closely.
Gotcha. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Rexroad, did you have something else to follow? Okay.
Commissioner, that's it for me for right now.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other commissioners? I guess one question maybe I could pose. Oh, Commissioner Thomas, go ahead. Sorry.
If we give Ham Quarry and 25 years, that is a guarantee for them. But the variable is for the growth in Eudora. And it seems to me it would be a more reasonable option to limit the CUP's time. And then at the end of, I don't know what the date would be, whether it would be 2033, 2020, but to have them reapply for a new CUP, because by that time we would know what the growth is in Eudora. And that may significantly change what we would want to do as a commission. So I think the time factor is of utmost importance to me on how long we would allow Ham Quarry on the CUP. I think Ham has demonstrated over years that they have been a good neighbor in many, many places. The reclamation, I'm a little different than Greg in that I would presume we have written this in a way, we have the bonding for Ham for the reclamation. And I believe that they would have this land reclaimed, whether it would be turned over to a city, to the county, the state, or sold to a private individual. But the time limit is my major concern. And I think not listening to what might happen in Eudora and what the Eudora Commission wants is something I could not do. I would listen to what they want.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Luke Sinclair, Chair. If I could, one question I have, and this is just one part of one, of the factors of the that we're supposed to consider. But Mary, I think, highlighted the tension sort of between the comprehensive plan's goal of minimizing conversion of agricultural land and on one hand, and sort of efficient use of natural resources on the other. And it appears that at least the recommendation sort of resolves that tension in favor of use of natural resources in an efficient manner. And I'd be curious to know from commissioners if anybody has any concerns about resolving that tension in that way, And if not, like maybe helping me feel more comfortable with that, given how many applications that come in front of us, and we talk ad nauseum about the loss of prime farmland and class 2 soils or whatever, which will be lost as a part of this. How do we resolve that tension in favor of mining that property?
I guess I'll take a stab.
That'd be great.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I certainly value Douglas County agriculture and the use of agricultural land. But there are direct trade-offs between some land uses, right? Like this will never be agriculture like it is now. But it also supplies a product that we can't do without, either for the expansion of neighborhoods, cities, concrete sidewalks, and including agricultural lime, which is another product there that's spread on fields to continue productivity. So I don't know how we do without it. We've talked a lot on our solar ad hoc team about what becomes, even though it's a private company, what becomes a public value, but is borne by a neighborhood, a community, a local space, and that there are always those trade-offs. And we have to be sensitive to that, but we also, to like, what can we mitigate of that, but also that greater need that we can't do without it. So I feel like this is an appropriate trade-off for what becomes, a fairly small acreage expansion of 50 acres or so that is additional to what the current CUP is. So that's my response to it, if that's helpful. Others can speak in.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. I appreciate that. Luke Sinclair, Chair. If anybody else, I guess, do any other commissioners have a concern about that? I see 2 Eudora Planning Commissioners raising their hands, Commissioner Rock and Stewart. I guess, Commissioner Rock, do you want to weigh in? I don't know if Ryan is having trouble, but Commissioner Stewart, I suppose you could weigh in while he's.
Yeah, thank you, Luke Sinclair. This is Commissioner Stewart. I think I would concur that we need that rock for various business and residential uses. And I don't think any of that farmland dirt is going to go to waste. If you've ever tried to buy any topsoil, it's quite pricey. So yeah, I myself has been out to the Eudora quarry, and you see those big machines kind of head towards you, and you got your little trailer there, and they're dumping it. So I appreciate the Eudora quarry being there. I think my only problem is with our growth. We can't really grow to the north, so we can only grow south. And I think whether it's 18 or 24 years, I would lean more to giving them an 18-year, extension, or cutting that off so we could revisit it in like a 2040 timeframe, or something that's not quite 24, 25 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Other Eudora Planning Commissioners or Lawrence Douglas County? Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. I agree with the comments that Commissioner Stewart had made, and I support an increased length in CUP, and this notion of 2040 has popped up a couple of times, maybe as a compromise. I understand the desire to keep development consistent with comprehensive plans, but I don't think it's feasible to try to co-term or marry every application to the length of a various comprehensive plan. I just don't think that actually can be done. I do think that in this particular case, the lost 9 years is, at least for me, it's a valid consideration. And while it's not ideal or even feasible to marry it to a comprehensive plan, I think I heard Eudora say that theirs was a 2040 plan. So maybe there's a compromise in that in CUP to that length.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Other comments in that vein or on other topics? Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. So I did go out with the intention of checking out the road conditions that were mentioned as an issue, at least in the spring, from Mr. Elston. That was in our packet, asking us to go out and drive the roads and take a look. The conditions that he noted at that time were certainly not apparent now. Much of that has been asphalted, and then the other drainage issues, whatever they had been, seem to have been repaired in that time. And then did get also a tour of that quarry too. I was on the Planning Commission when the 2019 CUP came up, and there were some concerns with that it stretched to the northwest, that we had a very deep pond to be expected at the end of it. And I'm having trouble seeing why this wouldn't be a win, because it gives an option that does not extend to that northwest portion of the northwest property that is currently allowed under their CUP, and it decreases the depth of that pond, which I think was a concern not so much for us, but for the county commission at that time. So this provides the product that we need, and also provides a little bit more buffer between the use and the growth of Eudora. And I think that should be under consideration, that this seems to be a compromise from what is currently on the books.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Rock, did you want to say something? I saw your hand up. Maybe not again. I can't tell if Commissioner Rock is trying to say something, but in any case, other comments, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chair, Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. I think Commissioner Rock might be having a bit of a connectivity issue, because I think the phone is muting and unmuting, but I don't know if the audio is making it to our Zoom meeting. So might bear with me, might see if we can't find a way to get him connected to the conversation.
Sure. That makes sense. I suppose, Commissioner Rock, if you just jump in and start talking, and we'll stop whatever we're talking about it when we can hear you. While we're waiting for that, are there other, Commissioner Ashworth?
Oh, Commissioner Ashworth, I was just wondering why we were waiting, if this might be a good time to talk about the procedures for making motions, just while we have the time, while we wait for Mr. Rock.
I think we could talk about that. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I guess maybe point of order, Jeff, just to make sure that I was right at the outset. Do there need to be a motion from the Eudora Planning Commission and a vote, and also a separate motion from the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission and a vote? Or can there be one motion and both bodies vote separately on that one motion? Maybe you can kind of explain that process.
Certainly. Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. If each commission would like to take a vote and motion, it would need to be separate items because they would both be sending recommendation from their own body. And because the bodies are each independent, they would need to have their own motion and their own vote on those items there. And so going forward, that would be the way that we recommend it. There is nothing that requires that the motions be identical or anything in that line there. The resolution from the county only requires that both planning commissions submit a recommendation for their consideration for an item when this portion of the state, or excuse me, portion of the county code is required.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you.
And if I may, I believe Commissioner Rock may be getting connected here with us, so I think we may have audio here real quickly.
All right, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Rock, I see you talking, but still can't hear anything. Sorry. Well, I guess then going back to the procedural questions, I assume either body can entertain a motion at any time, and they don't have to be sort of together. But so to the extent there is any such motion from the Eudora Commission, or I guess our commission, I think, you know, if you want to make a motion, I think we could probably do so. But
Mr. Chair, I believe Commissioner Rock has gotten the audio working for us here. So Commissioner
Okay.
Rock.
Can you finally hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. I apologize to everyone. Commissioner Rock, City of Eudora. I think the big thing with Eudora, everything we're looking at is what's going to happen when the quarry is running and things take place, and what recourse would there be if something changes, whether it would be traffic, impact on the environment, whatever it would be. What recourse, my question goes out to everybody, what recourse is there? What is the governing body that's going to monitor and watch what Ham's Quarry does? Who is that? I'm still kind of at a loss on that. I know the county does stuff. I know Ham's is doing things, and if something changes, what can be done at that point? So the length of time to me is a huge issue, because if there's the CUP at a certain point, it can be reevaluated. If things are going well, there's no reason not to continue it. If it does not go well, what recourse is there to have? That is my question. And I will turn it over to whoever would like to answer that.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Rock. I don't think that Tanya's on the call, but Mary or Jeff, anybody, would you be able to?
Mary Miller, planner. With the 2019 CUP, there was concern that with the additional area that quarry might actually increase production. And that with the increased production, you would have increased trucks on the road, which would be additional wear and tear, as well as safety issues. And so at the county commission meeting, there was a condition drafted, and the county engineer was there, and he knew what the yearly tons of rock, the normal amount of tons of rock from the quarry is. It's 720,000 tons. And so a condition was drafted that if the quarry exceeds that amount of rock for 2 consecutive years, then the county engineer can reevaluate the CUP, but in terms of traffic safety and road maintenance. So it doesn't open up the whole CUP, but he can look at it, and if there's too many trucks and it's creating traffic issues, they could require them to slow down the production, or perhaps they would put measures in to improve traffic safety. Or maybe additional measures would be needed to increase road maintenance, maybe a higher road rock fee. But the county engineer would be the person that would review those items, and then he could take a report to the county commission with recommendations if needed. And so that just does 2 things. Number one, it would either keep the production where it is now. So even with the additional land, we're not seeing an increase in production. Or if they did increase production, it would give us an avenue to evaluate the impact on safety in the area and the road maintenance for 1200 Road. And so that's one way that the CUP would still be reviewable regardless of how long the time span is. It's for 2 years if you exceed that amount. As far as damages to the environment, KDHE oversees much of the quarry process. So if they were having water issues, that would be under KDHE. And otherwise, we do a 5-year review. So we go out and we look at all the conditions in the CUP. We just make a condition checklist. We go out and visit the site. We make sure all the permits are good and they haven't had any issues. We make sure they're compliant with all the recommendations. It's just a way of keeping on top of it. Sometimes there's conditions that might get overlooked. And so that oversight is there. And that's something that it's assigned to planning, but zoning and codes helps with that, just because a lot of the enforcement measures, it's easier. They're more familiar with looking at a property and seeing if the setbacks are appropriate. So we've always done that jointly, which really helps. And so I don't know if there are other questions, but I know on those aspects, that's how we review those during the life.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Rock, I don't see where you went, but did you have a follow-up? I see your hand up now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, making sure, sorry. So if this being the case and everything is going well, the length of time, if it is beneficial to everyone involved, community, company, county, state, city, everything that way, why I guess the blanket, to me, it almost feels like a blank check. 25 years, here we go. If we have some type of a review that, and the land was purchased again by Hams after the initial review and expanding the quarry, which I understand, but phase 1, phase 2, the whole thing of having phases to me would be, it is a process making sure that things are going well. Now we go from phase 1 or the initial proposal to 2 additional phases and an extension of years again. That's my, and I know I'm rehashing what has somewhat been said, but that is my concern, and that's all I have to say at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Rock. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I mean, I guess just to recap first, before I go there, I did have a question. Chair Martin referenced how the staff report indicates that there would be a fiscal impact of 0, and then talked a little bit about what he thought the fiscal impact would be to Eudora. And I guess clarification from staff would be nice as to why fiscal impact is included in staff reports for the planning, for our planning commission, and whether or not that is something that we are to take into account when we evaluate and consider applications.
Yeah,
Mary
Planning
Miller.
Development Services, Mary can help you on this one too. The fiscal impact part of your item, when you see that, is a default setting in our agenda software program. So it auto-populates it in there, and we just put it in there as a fiscal impact of 0 because it doesn't have a direct budgetary tie to something that we would typically use and see when we use for a city commission or another different packet set. So it's one of those default program items that we're kind of stuck with given the software we have. And Mary, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Hopefully I was sorry about that.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. So that sort of makes the point I was trying to get, just to bring it back. But I take that to mean, though, that fiscal impacts or budgetary concerns aren't really within the purview of what the Planning Commission is supposed to consider.
Jeff, correct, Planning and Development Services. Yes, typically the Planning Commission would not look at budgetary items. That is an item that's set for the Board of County Commissioners and City Commission to take a look at and have those discussions if they have the budgetary authority.
Okay. Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. I mean, just to recap, what I was going to say before was I've heard there's been mostly, I think, discussion about the requested term of the CUP, and then some discussion about the reclamation. And I may be missing some, but that seems to be the bulk. I guess, are there concerns or areas that commissioners want to explore beyond those? Or can we sort of zero in on those and maybe consider working our way towards someone feeling comfortable to make a motion one way or the other? Sometimes I feel like just to shake things out and know where we're going, it's helpful just for someone to make a motion. But the first question, I guess, would be if there are areas of inquiry that anybody wants to dive into beyond those things first.
Commissioner Martin, Eudora Planning Commission. I guess I do have a question for the applicant, and when I did discuss fiscal impact, it was, I guess, somewhat of a springboard for me to deal with where money is going from the aggregate that is being mined. And where is that aggregate going to Eudora? Is it going to Nebraska? I mean, where is most of this going? So who's reaping the benefits? And also discussing, the impact of reclamation, where it was brought up earlier. Is this something that, once reclaimed, the city of Eudora would assume responsibility for? Would the county, or would a private entity? So mainly the question I've got for the applicant right now is where, and I know this is a rich mine. I mean, I know this is sought after aggregate. I'm just curious as to where most of it is going, because I see trucks going by the subdivision every day and getting on K10. So I'm pretty darn sure it's not coming to Eudora.
Sure. Yeah, this is Brendan Devereaux with Hamm Companies. I'll take the question. Thank you. Yeah, so I would say most of our material, probably about 90% of it, stays within Douglas County. It does not all go into Eudora. Obviously in Douglas County, the city of Lawrence and, right around the city are the largest consumers. But we do supply rock to townships, the township of Eudora. But the main use of our aggregate is probably through ready mix concrete, which we supply both Pennies and MCM into Lawrence, and we do also send material to the east, to Johnson County as well for concrete. A lot of our material, about 15% of it goes to our asphalt plant, and then that asphalt is almost exclusively this year consumed in the city of Lawrence. Occasionally we do have a state project, so it might be on 59 or 35 or K10. But this year we didn't have any of that kind of work. So all of that aggregate consumed and turned into asphalt went into the city of Lawrence. We supplied this year a lot of aggregate to Venture Park, all the development over there for numerous projects. And so I would say, and then various small, mid-sized contractors for home building and things of that nature. I didn't quite catch the reclamation comment. Could you just run that by me again, please?
Sure. Commissioner Graham Martin, Eudora Planning Commission. No, I really didn't necessarily have a question. I was just opening that discussion where I had brought up the fiscal impact and that staff had reported, and I guess I was using that as a springboard for me to discuss the reclamation process, what the burden is on the taxpayers of Eudora if the city chooses to take over that property later on, or is it taken over by the county, or is it, if nobody wants it, is it taken over by a private entity? So not necessarily a question, just some stuff for consideration, which I know some of the Douglas County Planning Commissioners have brought up earlier.
Yeah, so I would say the economic impact of not having the Eudora Quarry for Douglas County and surrounding areas would be enormous. So I know the economic impact was stated as zero, and so the county and city are not huge consumers of aggregate directly. As I mentioned, they buy a lot of them through downstream products like concrete and asphalt, even precast concrete for prefab buildings and things of that nature. So if you look at Douglas County and surrounding areas, there's only 3 quarry operators that realistically can supply Douglas County. Each one has 1 quarry that can supply a full range of products. If you were to remove this operation, you go from 3 to 2. I think we all know the less options we have, the more we pay. There's also a lot of projects, certainly anything in East Lawrence, that you all of a sudden have, significant mileage that every load of material has to be trucked into the county. The quarry to the east of us is in Johnson County. And then I think you all are familiar with the quarry on the west side of Douglas County and eastern side of Shawnee County. So I do think that economic impact, although it's hard to extract because there's probably not a huge county or city line item for aggregate purchases as some of Kansas's more rural counties would have. I think the economic impact is enormous because of the use of those products. I think you mentioned, I'm not sure the adjective you used, but we do have very high quality aggregate and can make a full range of products. So you remove that type of asset from the county, there's going to be an impact to cost on every type of project.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thanks for that. Chair Martin, was that a good answer to your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any other commissioners that had any follow-ups on that topic? Luke Sinclair, Chair. I don't know if we've exhausted the conversation. It feels like we could have more conversation, but I know we've got a long night still ahead of us. And so at the risk of cutting the discussion short, I would, I guess, sort of open the table to motions. And, my sense would be to have, or to give the Eudora Planning Commission the opportunity to take the lead and go first. If you all feel, Chair Martin, if you feel like you're in a place to make a motion and vote on it, and then we could come back and do it here too.
Sure, I appreciate that, Chairman Sinclair. Graham Martin, Chairman, Eudora Planning Commission. I think we would be prepared to make a motion that our commission would act on, and also would be willing to hear a motion made by your commission as well. So with that said, do I hear a motion from the Eudora Planning Commission?
This is Commissioner Pringle from the Eudora Planning Commission. I would move that we approve Ham's conditional use permit as to the expansion of their quarry, but restrict the request for an extension of time and keep it at the current 2033 expiration date under the current conditional use permit.
Okay, and do I have a second, please?
Can we discuss that?
Okay, I do not have a second. If we can go ahead and bring it back to our commission for some more discussion. Graham Martin,
Stewart, I could have seconded that if we were more at the 2040 range versus the 2033.
Commissioner Stewart, was that you suggesting that, please?
Yes, that was me suggesting that we move to the 2040 range.
Okay, Graham Martin, Eudora Planning Commission. Commissioner Stewart has recommended that we consider a date of 2040 to bring things more in line with our comprehensive plan in our Horizon 2040. We'd like to have some more discussion on that.
Yes. Commissioner Harder, Mary, is there anything in CUP that indicates one phase will be completely finished and begin reclamation before the next phase begins? And if not, could that be a condition?
Mary Miller, planner. There is a condition on the CUP that you quarry one phase, you can move into the next phase up to 10 acres. And the reason you're allowed to go 10 acres is sometimes you need that additional rock to finish filling the phase you were just in. But before you can go beyond 10 acres in the next phase, you have to final grade the land, spread 6 inches of topsoil and seed it. You don't have to have the vegetation established because that could take quite a while. So in the conditions, we were also recommending if the phase change happens in the winter months, you just do the final grading, but you establish a date at which you will have the topsoil spread and the seeding applied. That way, we're ensuring it still happens. We have a date where it's going to happen, but it doesn't hold up the whole operation waiting on better weather so they could get the seeds planted. But there is that condition already. You can get up to 10 acres in the next phase before you reclaim the previous phase. And the vegetation should be becoming established as we go along. When the final reclamation, when the bond is to be released, we have to make the determination that the vegetation has been established.
Okay, thank you. I understand that was the intent. I just didn't know if there was anything limiting stripping all 3 phases, considering if we do shorten the CUP timeframe. I just want to make sure that they couldn't proceed into phase 3 before that ends and cause environmental impact that way. I would like to personally see a little bit closer to a 2035 date than a 2040. And my reasoning being, if we approach that date and they come to us for the county for another CUP, which presumably would proceed into that phase 3 section, we could evaluate then the Eudora's growth, our plan, have we grown faster or slower than our projected models? I would personally be a lot more comfortable with that.
Commissioner Graham Martin, Eudora Planning Commission. Any other input from commissioners in regards to the extension of the CUP? We've had 2033 from Commissioner Pringle. Commissioner Harder's talked about 2035, and Commissioner Stewart has talked about 2040.
Commissioner Hoover, Eudora Planning Commission. I feel like I'm right on par with everyone else because I have 38 in mind, so I was assuming we came to one here yet. So I was looking at a compromise between the 33 and adding the 12 years on. I'm comfortable with 38. That's the number I was at. I'm not setting it obviously, but 38 was the number I came to.
Commissioner Grant Martin. I really like the 2038 date because it does get us closer to the time that it's going to be, we're going to start looking at our next 20 years. There's a lot that can happen with the city in terms of growth between now and 2038. So I would be probably more inclined to go along with that recommendation if it is made.
Commissioner Young would agree with that. The 2038. I was looking at closer to Commissioner Stewart, and after listening to the discussion, I would agree with the 2038.
Okay, Commissioner Rock, I don't know if you're still with us or not. Didn't know if you had any commentary.
I agree with the 2038. I think that's a reasonable number.
Okay. So maybe we're ready to entertain a motion again from the Eudora Planning Commission. If anyone feels so moved to make one.
I'll try again. Commissioner Pringle, I would move that we approve Ham's conditional use permit as to the expansion of the quarry, but limit the length of time of the CUP to end at 2038.
Commissioner Hoover, Eudora Planning Commission, I will second that motion.
I have a second by Commissioner Hoover. Would you like me to poll the commission? What's the best way to go about this being remote?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. In the remote situation, it's okay to poll the commissioners individually, and we can record the vote for you.
Sorry, you're a little bit staticky. Would you like me to go ahead and poll the commissioners?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Yes, please. We will record the vote and get that number back for you.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and poll. This is Commissioner Grant Martin. Will be polling, and Commissioner Josh Harder.
Yes.
Commissioner Tim Pringle.
Yes.
Commissioner Jason Hoover.
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan Rock.
Yes.
Commissioner Danielle Young.
Yes.
Commissioner Johnny Stewart.
Yes.
And Commissioner Grant Martin. Yes.
Motion passes.
Carries unanimously.
Yep, 7-0.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Chair Martin. Sorry. So that leaves it up to the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. And I guess I would be curious to know. I see Mr. Watkins' hand up. I'd be curious to know if he had comments to make before we move forward.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just make it brief. These approvals, this planning that takes place, certainly City of Eudora, we respect your planning wishes, and we would like to be involved in the discussion. If your planning commission were to consider this, I know you considered it in December. I think we would have liked to have been there. We would have liked to have talked to your consultant. One of the things that we would have told you is that we really need the security of the term that we've crafted, and we've tried to compromise by coming down from a 30-year term to a 25-year term. So our request is a 25-year term. Appreciate the support from Eudora, but that is our position. I'm sorry we can't compromise a little bit more with the Douglas County Planning Commission, but there's nothing that prohibits two different recommendations. You are two different bodies with two very different interests taking place here. So that was just a comment from my client. I wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Commissioners of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission, any other comments, or does someone want to take a stab at making a motion? Commissioner Willie, you're so reliable.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. No, I don't want to make a motion. We'll see if somebody else wants to do it. But I did want to ask Mary, is there any or potential legal trouble if when we typically grant 30-year CUPs for quarries and instead we grant one at half that length of time? Is there an issue with that?
Mary Planner, Jeff may have more information on that. I think you can make your conditions on each application individually. It doesn't necessarily set a precedent, but I would probably see if Jeff has any. I don't really know the legal aspects of that.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Mary's correct. With a conditional use permit, you look at the item in context of the area, and you do have that discretion to recommend varying timeframes for those based upon situations that are there, uniqueness of the properties and other items.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I guess I would just put my bid in that I think the proposal that's been brought forward that saves us from having the quarrying, the mining activity on the western half of that northern property, but instead takes that activity to the south and east of what is currently granted, I think is a significant help for the community, for the expansion of the city of Eudora, and just having more space between that activity and other homes, including Mr. Nice's home. I don't see what the applicant has to gain if we keep a time frame close enough to what they already have. Why they wouldn't just finish out the CUP that they have and then ask again for something that they can work with. I'm not sure they can complete the activities that they proposed in the time frame that's significantly less than what they've asked for. And I don't know how that helps us to have them come back again for a half complete project rather than come back at the end of a completed project and see if there's more activity needed or if they can close down the operation. So I guess I'm still at the 2046 for the Douglas County, Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission. I do very much respect that the city of Eudora has a different perspective, but I don't know that we necessarily have to mirror them, since the Board of County Commissioners will take both into account.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Other commissioners? Commissioner Rexroad.
I'd be willing to make a motion if we think we're ready for that.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Given that it's 9:30 and we have 11 more items to go, I would say yes.
So I would, complete agreement with Commissioner Willie. I'd make a motion that we approve the conditional use permit CUP-21-00366 with an end date at 2046 as requested by the applicant and approved by staff.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. And I don't know if I caught this, Commissioner Rexroad, but I assume it was also subject to the other conditions in the staff report as revised.
Yes.
Today.
Yes. Yes, thank you. If you'd like, I can read the full thing in.
Jeff, do you need it to be reread, do you think?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. As long as the motion contains that item, that it does contain the items in the recommended adjustments, that would suffice, given the length of the conditions there.
All right, let me just say this one last time. Let's do it again. I make a motion approving conditional use permit CUP-21-00366 for mining and excavation use, Eudora Quarry, located at 1232 East 2300 Road. The conditional use permit proposes the expansion of the quarry and revisions to the conditions and restrictions of use as submitted by the applicant, and further add that the duration of that runs to 2046.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Excuse me. Jeff, is that satisfactory for staff's purposes?
I'll look to Mary to confirm it, but from Jeff Craig Planning and Development Services, yes, that does, we have an understanding that it is for a time frame through 2046 and subject to the conditions in the report as revised in the memo.
Correct.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Commissioner Shanklin, did you want a second or do you have a question or comment?
Greg Shanklin, I'd like to second that.
Okay. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. Any other comments from commissioners before we vote? Okay. I would just say that I appreciate the comments that were made from members of the public and the concerns the Eudora Planning Commission raised. But I too am in support of this and couldn't have really said it any better than Commissioner Willie. I agree with what she said on this. So Jeff, can you go ahead and read the roll?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
No.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Very good. Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you to the Eudora Planning Commission for joining us tonight. And so with that, I'll adjourn the joint meeting and with the Eudora Planning Commission, and we can reconvene the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting for the night. But before jumping into any other items, I think we need a short comfort break so everyone can get a cup of coffee or two and take a break. So if everyone can reconvene at 9:40 or thereabouts.
Anyone that can hear me, I'm in Rhode Island, but I understand there was quite a storm that you guys have had today.
Yes, and I can tell you from where we're at in City Hall, there's been a fire somewhere nearby because we're smelling it in the building here. So it's quite a storm we've had.
I just stepped outside and I smell fire on the southwest side of town here.
Oh, maybe. Oh.
Yeah, according to my neighborhood listserv, there was on the police scanner, there was a fire at near 28th Street. I don't know what the crossroad is, but it was pretty strong in our neighborhood, with the wind blowing.
There's a wildfire out west that we're picking up from the wind as well.
Going to say Douglas County put a notice out that we're picking up the wildfires.
I didn't hear that last one. What was that?
I said Douglas County put out a notice that we're picking up the wildfire smoke from out west in western Kansas.
Okay.
I think it's out in Ellis County.
Oh, is it in Douglas County?
No, Ellis County.
Yes.
So all in all, a pretty calm evening here otherwise, considering the all the nature things going on, the room reconfiguration on our side. So just, everything's going great.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering, did they lose power out in the country? Out in the county?
Well, I'm not at home. I am in a northwest Bourbon County, and we did not lose power, though I thoroughly expected to.
I think might be some local stuff. We lost a line in our neighborhood, but it only affected a few houses.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're ready when you are.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. We're going to move on to items 2 and 3, which are will be taken together. The first is to consider approving a request to rezone Z21-00223, approximately 3 acres from County AG2 district to RS5 district, located at 1241 North 1300 Road. And then to consider approving a preliminary plat, PP 21-00224 for Denton Addition, a subdivision on approximately 3 acres located at 1241 North 1300 Road. And I believe we have Catherine Week to present.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. Catherine Reek, one of the planners. And I do have a couple slides just to add to get us through the 2 items together succinctly. If Kyle wants to put those up on the screen, we'll get those going. So again, I'm presenting these together since they're interconnected, but at the end, you will need to take 2 separate actions on the items. So this is for Denton Addition, and there's a rezoning and a preliminary plat. The rezoning proposes to rezone from county zoning AG2 to RS5 residential, medium density residential. This property was recently annexed and approved on 2nd reading on December 7th, the City Commission meeting. And as part of annexation, there's the option to either have urban reserve or to go ahead and zone your property to city zoning districts that would permit future development and then plat the property. And so this applicant is choosing to do all of those things. This was an island annexation, so it was surrounded by property that was already in the city limits. It just so happens to also be owned by the same applicant. So their intent is to bring all of their neighboring properties together into the city limits and under city jurisdiction. This is the property location and zoning point area map here. You can see where the property is located on the south side of what is known to the city as West 31st Street, but where it's adjacent to county property, it's known as North 1300 Road. And so this property, again, was an island annexation. And so the property address will eventually be changed to West 31st Street address. So the zoning they're proposing, as I said, is RS5. That's a medium density residential zoning district. As part of our 8 criteria, golden criteria for reviewing rezonings. We look at whether or not it's compliant with comp plan or any area plans. This particular area is located in the revised Southern Development Plan area. And this particular rezoning to RS5 would be in compliance with that area plan for medium density residential, which is also the same classification in the comp plan, Plan 2040. We also analyze it with neighboring zoning districts. The neighboring zoning districts in this area, in this neighborhood, are also residential in nature. There's a mix of different residential classifications, RS5, some RS10, RM12, RMO. So when we're looking at the nearby zoning, we look at whether or not it's in compatibility with the area that it's zoned in, and whether or not, again, it conforms with those area plans and the comp plan. The suitability for the property, because this property is proposed to be platted, they do need to rezone. The rezoning gives us minimum dimensions to make sure the plat that they're proposing conforms with a city zoning district. We also look at whether or not there would be detrimental impacts. Staff does not see any anticipated impact. They are not changing any of the neighboring zoning districts, and the zoning district is compatible with other residential, mix of other residentially zoned property. This land is currently vacant. It's been vacant since before the adoption of any area plan. It's never been developed. So this would bring another infill lot into the city limits that could potentially be developed for future residential use. I should note that the applicant at this time does not have immediate plans to develop the parcel. They are just, as I stated, wanting to bring it into their to the same jurisdiction that their other neighboring property is in, and zone it to a district that is compatible with their other properties for residential use and complies with area and comp plans. So moving on, as stated, this also is accompanied by a preliminary plat. The preliminary plat for the lot would conform to the RS5, the proposed RS5 zoning district. This particular parcel, they're not proposing to subdivide at this time. There's no future plans for that. They're keeping it at one parcel. If they chose to develop in the future, it is large enough. It exceeds the minimum dimensions for RS5. They could subdivide it further through the minor subdivision process to then develop individual RS5 residential structures if they chose to do that. The preliminary plat is in conformance again with those minimum dimensions for that RS5 zoning district. I should note that again, because this was an island annexation, that's one of the goals of the comprehensive plan, is to, anytime there is island property that's still in county jurisdiction, that we should go ahead and annex those properties where infrastructure is available. That was the case here. And as part of that annexation, they're choosing to go ahead and rezone that property to a city zoning district, and preliminary plat would be the first step for future development if they choose to do that in the future. So staff is recommending for the zoning and the preliminary plat, staff is recommending approval. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider approval for the zoning and for the recommendation of approval onto the City Commission for consideration. And then as part of the platting action, since you're the acting body on that particular action, staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plat for the Denton addition. And I would be happy to stand for any questions if there are any on this particular application. Again, as I said, these are two separate actions, so you will need to make two separate motions and votes for the items.
Thank you, Catherine. Luke Sinclair, Chair, and I believe we have someone for the applicant here, Darren Ammon.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Chair and Planning Commissioners. Initially, just want to thank Catherine and planning staff for working with DECA, who is the ultimate client here and who owns the property. We've been assisting them with this for a while and getting this all in place. As Catherine had said, they have no intention of doing anything, any development on this piece of property. It's a piece they've owned for a while, and they just felt the timing was right now to go through the process to annex it, get it rezoned, get it into the city, do the platting while we're going through the steps, and just have that as a part of their land, which it is right now, in front of First Step House along 31st Street. So other than that, I have no other presentation. I'd be happy to answer any question, but this is really just part of a long-term plan to get it as a part of the property within the city for DECA, and would entertain your appreciation for recommendation of approval to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there any members of the public, either in person or on the Zoom call, that wish to comment?
This is Becky Pepper, planning, and there is no one in the room to speak.
Thank you, Becky. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Anybody, any members of the public on the Zoom call that wish to comment, please signify that by raising your hand.
Kyle Kobe, planning. I don't see any digital hands going up, and I'm not seeing any chats indicating comments either.
Okay. Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. If there are stragglers, we can, I guess, accommodate them, but I'll bring it back to the commission then. Excuse me. For discussion, are there, well, I guess, so we have two actions to consider: the request to rezone and to decide on that and make a recommendation to the Lawrence City Commission, and then the preliminary plat. And we are, as Catherine said, the deciding body for that. So we would just make a decision on that and not have to forward it on for approval by the governing body. So does anybody have any questions about either of these two, I guess? Commissioner Carpenter?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I'm going to support both, but I just have two informational questions for staff. For RS5, how many residents per acre is that zoning category?
Let me pull that up real quick. The medium density classification is 7 to 15, so I'm guessing it's on the 7 end, but I don't have that right in front of me. I can check for that.
All right. So it could be quite a few residential lots if they're 5,000 or 7,000 square feet each. Is there a maximum size for a lot in RS5 zoning?
We don't have maximum sizes. We only have minimum sizes. And actually the minimum size lot area for RS5 is 5,000 square feet. That's where the plot is from.
So just an observation. I mean, if you ask for RS5, then basically you could end up putting two houses there, each on 1.5 acres in RS5, correct?
Yes, in theory, yes, you could do that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. No other questions.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Shanklin?
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. This is a quick question for Mr. Ammon, and may follow along with Commissioner Carpenter's comment, but why did you choose RS5 as opposed to a multifamily zone?
There's a long history behind why we ended up with RS5. There was a lot of discussion with city staff. We actually looked at having it similar to the existing zoning of First Step House and RS10, but that became a problem with the long-term plan. So we wanted to comply with that. And at this time, again, DECA has no intention of doing anything with this lot. Now, I can never say the word never, because that would be impractical in the future. But at this time, because of the use of what First Step House is, the confidentiality and wanting to keep folks away from that at this time, they just wanted to go through the process again of annexing zoning and platting this so that is within the city like everything else they own. and to move forward with that. So it's all again within the city and not an island sitting out in front of their property. So I hope that answered your question, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Other questions or comments? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Is it too early for a motion?
I'm really going to say it's too early for a motion. I think it's okay.
All right.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Does anyone care to make a motion? Commissioner Ashworth?
I'd be willing to make a motion now that we've had that little brief pause. I can go ahead and do that. Let's see. I move that we recommend approval of the request to rezone approximately 3 acres from County AG2 district to RS5 district based on the findings presented in the staff report and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Luke Sinclair, Chair. We have a motion to approve the request to rezone and forward it to the City Commission with that recommendation. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carpenter, thank you for seconding that by hand motion. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, Jeff, can you take the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Very good. Thank you. Luke Sinclair, Chair. How about a motion on the preliminary plat? Does anybody feel prepared to do that?
I will. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I move to approve the preliminary plat PP-21-224 for Denton Addition at 1241 North 1300 Road based on the findings listed in the body of the staff report.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you for that motion to approve the preliminary plat. How about a second? Thank you, Commissioner Carter, for that second by hand motion. Any comments before we vote? Seeing none, Jeff, can you take the roll?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Very good. Thank you all. Luke Sinclair, Chair. That'll take us to our next items. We have items 4 and 5, which will be presented together. The first is to consider approving a request to rezone Z2100376, approximately 0.31 acres located at 1500 Research Park Drive from IBP to RS10 district. And then to consider approving a preliminary plat, PP 2100375 for Bobcat Run Edition located at 1516 Foxfire Drive and 1500 Research Park Drive. And I believe we have Kyle Covey to present from staff.
Mr. Chair, first, if I may, Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, I did forget to mention a couple of conversations that I had related to this item. So the first is my parents, Ross and Glenn Willie, who live reasonably nearby, who did not have an issue with the what's being proposed at all. They did have some questions about the address of the property, which I ran by Mr. Grobe, and all is in order, and the neighborhood seems to have figured it out. So I just needed to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Kyle Covey.
Thank you very much. Kyle Covey, planner. As previously stated, I'll be covering both Z2100376 and PP 2100375 in my presentation. The preliminary plat application proposes expanding the additional residential lot at 1516 Foxfire Drive The existing eastern lot line of the subject property would be moved approximately 80 feet to the east. A major subdivision application is required to accomplish this as the property to the east, 1500 Research Park Drive, is currently unplatted. The size of the resulting lots would be approximately 50,000 square feet for lot 1, which is the residential lot, and 67,000 square feet for lot 2, which is the IBP lot. The rezoning request proposes rezoning a portion of the existing parcel at 1500 Research Park Drive from IBP, Industrial Business Park District, to RS10, Single Dwelling Residential District. The request to rezone is associated with the lot line adjustment as it covers the same area proposed for the expansion of the residential lot, which is approximately 0.31 acres. The unplatted parcel, 1500 Research Park Drive, would be reduced in size, but the resulting IBP zone lot would still be roughly equivalent in size to other IBP zone properties nearby to the east. There are no concerns with use conformance of the subject properties, as the RS10 lot contains a detached dwelling use and the IBP lot is currently undeveloped. The lots proposed in the preliminary plat application comply with the density and dimensional standards of the Land Development Code, with easements provided to accommodate public and private infrastructure. The rezoning request is unlikely to have much, if any, impact on neighboring properties. The majority of the existing IBP zone parcel will be retained. Approval of the request to rezone would also help avoid the creation of a split zoned lot. That concludes my presentation. Staff's recommending approval of both preliminary plat and rezoning applications. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I see that the applicant is here with us as well.
Thank you, Kyle. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I believe Mr. Grobe, you're going to be doing that.
Yes, Dean Grove Engineering. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm having to use my phone because my microphone on my camera went away. So I really don't have anything to add. A little bit of a unique situation that the property owners own the property behind their house and kind of took advantage of the woods and built some yard amenities and that were over the line. And now they've been wanting to sell their home for some time. And that seems to has been a stumbling block that those amenities that are behind the house didn't go with the house. So trying to correct that, trying to minimize the property that's taken removed from the IBP. Kind of got a giant, a slight jog in the lot, mainly to retain that portion in the IBP that would be ultimately for stormwater. So I don't have any other presentation, and unfortunately the Edwards were not available for the meeting, but I will try and do my best to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grobe. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there members of the public in person?
Becky Pepper, Planning. There is no one here in the room to speak on this.
Okay, thank you very much, Becky. Luke Sinclair, Chair. How about members of the public on the Zoom call that wish to comment on this item? Raise your hand if you do.
Kyle Covey with Planning. I don't see any hands going up as of right now.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I'll bring it back, excuse me, to the commission then. Do any commissioners have questions about either of these two items? No questions? How about, Commissioner Willie?
Of course. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. A question for Mr. Grobe. It's kind of a strange new lot shape. How was that arrived at? Is that's what the applicant was asking for?
They were looking at picking up the area to the north. I suggested they don't go all the way to the south and put that jog in there because if you may have noticed from the preliminary plat, there's a draining swale in there. And so I said, if you don't need that property, let's leave it in the IBP, and that area would be for stormwater management for the IBP lot. So it was kind of an attempt to, retain as much IBP property as we could and still accomplish what they were wanting to get.
Thank you.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any others? Or does anybody want to make a motion on either of the items? Commissioner Rexroad?
Sure, Commissioner Rexroad, I move we approve the request to rezone Z-21-00376, approximately 0.31 acres from IBP to District RS 10, based on the findings presented in the staff report and forwarding to the City Commission for a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Luke Sinclair, Chair. That's a motion to approve the request and forward it on to the City Commission as such. How about a second? Commissioner Carter, by hand motion. Thank you for that second. Any comments before we vote? Okay, Jeff, can you take the roll?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Would anyone care to make a motion as to the preliminary plat? Commissioner Carter.
I move that we approve the preliminary plat for Bobcat Run Addition located at 1500 Research Park Drive and 1516 Foxfire Drive, based on the findings listed in the body of the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. That's a motion to approve the preliminary plat. Commissioner Shanklin, second by hand motion. Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Jeff, can you take the roll on that one?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Very good. Luke Sinclair, Chair. That takes us to item number 6, which is to consider approving a preliminary development plan, PDP 2100371 for Cedarhurst of Lawrence, a 52-unit assisted living, which includes a 22-unit extended care facility located on approximately 6.91 acres at 4450 Bower Farm Drive. And I believe we have Mary Miller to present.
Mary Miller, City County Planner, and share my screen real quick. Just let me know if that's not showing. As you mentioned, this is a revised preliminary development plan for the Bower Farm development. The Bower Farm development is a planned development. It consists of PCD or planned commercial development on the west side. That would be on Wakarusa Drive. On the north would be Overland Drive. On the south is 6th Street. And it goes a little bit to the east of Champion Drive. And then the PRD portion or planned residential portion is the subject property and then property to the east over to Folks Road.
Mary, sorry to interrupt. We're not seeing the slideshow again. It's on the other view.
Try that again.
Sorry about that, Mary.
That's okay. I went too fast, I think. I was just hoping you saw it.
Looks like it's still on the other, on the PowerPoint one, not the slideshow.
This. Well, I may be able to do it without the, but it's really be helpful to have that.
It popped up for a second, but it went right back to the PowerPoint one. So we can see the program, not the slideshow.
And let's see. Do you see the PowerPoint now? Or,
We do not. We see the PowerPoint from the program, but not from the slideshow.
let me. I'll try one more time. Otherwise, I'll just refer to the staff report. Are you able to see this?
Negative.
I don't know what's happening today. Well, I'll go on without sharing it. Anyway, this application, as you mentioned, is for a 52-unit assisted living, which includes a 22-unit extended care facility. And it is necessary to revise the preliminary development plan as a different type of development is being proposed than what was originally approved for the Bower Farm residential portion of the development. Originally, it was intended to be a new urbanism, kind of very dense residential development. It had interior streets, it had alleys, and really dense residential structures. This was planned back in 2006, and then the recession hit, and it really never developed as it was planned. When it was originally brought forward, there were quite a few waivers and variances from the setback requirements. If you'll notice that area, the buildings are quite close to 6th Street. This was all intended to give it that new urbanism feel. So one part of this application is the request to reapprove all the waivers that were approved originally with the preliminary development plan. The subject property does not need the waivers. They're going to meet the setbacks, but the remainder of the development was built based on those. And so they would allow them to remain conforming. A planned development district was created in 2006 with our development code to accommodate the older planned development districts. We had PRDs, PCDs, and they all folded into our current code as just planned development districts. And the way they operate is the dimensional and density requirements from the 1966 code still apply. However, the parking requirements of the current code apply. So when we look through to see if it's compliant, we have to use both codes for these. And a preliminary development plan is preliminary in nature. So as you look at the plans, they don't show a lot of detail. We don't see the landscaping, the parking lot landscaping like we would normally see. That will be shown at the final development plan stage. Also, we don't look so much at the building design. With a plan development, it's important the buildings all kind of have a uniform kind of a nature. So they are compatible and look like an overall development. And that will be looked at with the final development plan. But with the preliminary, we're looking more at the layout and the primary functions and requirements. And one of the requirements of the 1966 code for plan developments is that a minimum of 20% of the property has to be set aside as common open space. And this is for the use of all the residents. And if you look at the plans, you'll see that on the northern portion of the property and the northeastern portion, it's designated as common open space. With the final development plan, there'll be a little bit more information there, whether this is an assisted living and memory care facility, so it won't be very active, but if they're going to have paths or planting areas, or if it's going to be more of just aesthetic, more of a visual open space. And inside the buildings, there are 2 courtyards. The larger one is for the assisted living portion, and the smaller part, this is where the memory care is. So there'll be some kind of controlled areas where it's still common open space, but it's technically within the buildings. And they do meet the amount of common open space that's required just with that on the northern side and the northeastern side. The density that's allowed in this district is 25 dwelling units per acre. That was the maximum density permitted with the PRD 3 zoning, which was the zoning that was finally approved for this. And as it's been developed as an overall development, some of the properties might have had greater than 25 dwelling units per acre, but the intent is that the overall project not exceed 25. So the subject property with the 52 assisted living units and 22 memory care, they achieve a density of 10.7 dwelling units per acre because there's quite a bit of common open space being provided. When you calculate the density for the entire PRD portion, that's the area I was trying to show you that's east of Champion Drive, It comes up with a total density of 19.8 dwelling units per acre. So with this development, it still stays within the requirements. As I mentioned, the building is located in the building envelope. There's no need for waivers from the setbacks. Parking is calculated under the current code, and 75 parking spaces are required for the use. The uses have different parking requirements. The assisted living has a higher parking requirement. It's assumed many of those residents are driving. Where memory care, it's assumed that those are not driving, and most of the parking for that use is expected to be employee parking. 75 parking spaces are required, and 83 are provided on the plan. 5 short-term bicycle parking spaces are required, and 6 are provided, and 5 long-term bicycle parking spaces are required, and 5 will be provided within the building. The plan shows decorative gates at the end of the access drive. If you look at the plan, you'll see there's an access drive that accesses Overland Drive to the north and Bower Farm Drive to the south. And there's decorative gates on each end. These are intended to discourage cut-through traffic. There's a lot of traffic from the school that has a tendency to drive right through these properties. So their goal is to use these gates to give the appearance that this is a gated drive and hopefully discourage cut-through traffic. But they will not close. For fire protection, they do have to remain open. And this is one of the last parcels in the area that we'll be developing. So it's a form of infill. Utilities to serve the project are currently in place. And so it meets most of the requirements, and it does meet the requirements for a preliminary development plan. If you'll notice in the staff report, there are some minor technical revisions noted that I was going to provide a memo if a revised plan was provided in time that addressed those concerns. We did get a revised plan today, but no one's had time to review those. These are very minor technical changes, so they won't affect the layout of the property. For instance, whether or not the fire access lane to the west of the building should include that sidewalk, or can it be a separate sidewalk? They're looking at the taps for the meters, so they're very technical, and those can be reviewed, and they will not have an impact on the layout. And there were a few changes noted in the conditions of approval. There were 3 items that were required, and those have been provided. The parking requirement was revised as asked. The waivers were listed on the plan. And the location map was also shown. And so those conditions have been met. So really the only change needed to the plans is just to make sure that MSO, the Municipal Services and Operations Engineers, and the fire code official are okay with the technical changes. So staff is recommending approval of the preliminary development plan and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval based on the conditions listed in the staff report. And I'll be happy to answer questions. I see the applicant is here today as well.
Thank you, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I believe we have Darren Ammon. Am I saying your name right, sir? I'm sorry.
Yes, you are. Thank you. Darren Ammon, Bartlett and West. Thank you, Mary, for the presentation. Nick Dwyer is also on the Zoom call here. He is with Dover Development. I'll turn it over to him in a second. They are looking at actually purchasing the property from the Bower Farm entity, and we are working with them. So Mary, thank you for all the information on the presentation. And Nick, I'll let you take it from there.
Yeah, thanks, Darren, and thank you, commissioners. I'll keep it brief, but my name is Nick Dwyer with Dover Development in St. Louis, and we're a real estate developer that is vertically integrated with a senior housing operator here out of St. Louis, Cedarhurst Senior Living. And so we develop, own, and operate senior living facilities all throughout the Midwest. We have around 70 assisted living and memory care facilities in our portfolio. And so part of my job is finding new markets that we feel have an unmet demand for quality senior housing product. And that's what we're looking to provide here. And excited about the project and happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwyer. Luke Sinclair, Chair. We may have some questions for you all. Are there members of the public in person that want to talk about this?
Becky Pepper, Planning. There is nobody in the room to discuss this item.
Thank you, Becky. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Is anybody on the Zoom call from the public that wishes to comment on this item? Please raise your hand.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I don't see any hands right now.
Thank you, Kyle. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Then I'll bring it back to the commission. Do any commissioners have questions or comments about this one? Commissioner Carter?
Thank you, David Carter, Commissioner. I have a question for Mary. With 11 different items, it's possible I misread this, but I was under the impression there was a traffic study that was submitted as part of this. Is that right? Or that was being carried out as part of this?
Mary Miller, planner. Yes, a traffic study was submitted, and that's one of those items that the Municipal Services and Operations just haven't completed the review of. And so we've asked them to provide that for us. However, the amount of traffic being, the amount of traffic being generated by the proposed development is less than what would have been generated by the previously approved. So, I don't really have any concerns that it's not going to be accepted. It's a reduction in parking or traffic.
Thanks, Mary. David Carter, Commissioner. I'm curious about how a study like this would be carried out in an area where there's such high volatility in traffic based on the time of day. This being like 2 blocks from Free State. I mean, as Commissioner Carpenter observed, there's a lot of cut-through traffic, or maybe I just saw him smile. You mentioned this. There's a lot of cut-through traffic. The reason there's so much cut-through traffic is that it's a terrible area for congestion, and I'm also concerned maybe for safety to some degree. And so I'm just curious if you have any information on how a traffic study would be carried out in an area like this to account for such high volatility over the course of the day and days of the week.
Mary Miller, I see Darren has his hand up, and they're the one that actually conduct the study, so that he probably can explain that.
Darren Ammon, Bartlett and West, a great question, and I anticipated this would probably come up with the area that I'm very familiar with, going to Starbucks in the morning and the congestion before and after the high school hours. So we did already provide the 7-step traffic study, which is required with all site plans and development plans. That is the only thing that was required at this time, but that tied in conjunction with an overall traffic study that was done for the entire Bauer Farm location. It's been updated and revised multiple times as the parts and pieces of the development have come together. And essentially MSO, I can't speak for them because if they're not on the call to comment who had reviewed it, but they have approved our 7-step traffic study in conjunction with this. Mary Miller has mentioned the use that was previously approved when the overall traffic study was done was much more dense for this particular parcel. So one of the things that they on the MSO side are very happy with at this time is this is a much less intense use. Yes, unless the property becomes gated. I mean, unless we have a patrol officer out there or gated off entirely, we can't have people from cutting through. But one thing I did want to clarify in the presentation, and Nick could speak to this more so than myself, the memory care units, there are no drivers except for visitors for those folks that live in that. And the assisted living, it is different than what's adjacent to the east in the independent living, where they do have more folks that would drive. The percentage of folks that drive in the Cedarhurst units is, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, roughly 25% of those residents may drive, if that, and that's a high number. So really this is for staff and visitors. And with the area, as you might know, Folk, 6th Street, Bauer Farm Drive, Champion Lane, everything's already signalized. So with a roundabout in the middle of it, I think the congestion is a problem that's a problem for the area. We feel that this development as a whole will help lessen that for this infill development, but that's where we're at this time. So hope that answered your question, Commissioner.
Yes, thanks. That's very helpful.
Luke Sinclair, Chair, thank you for that. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Carpenter?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. knowing how hard it is to leave the Free State Pool every morning when the kids are coming into school and how bad that is through there. My only concern is the safety of the residents. Now, I know memory care units those are usually locked facilities, so the people most susceptible to harm by walking out in that traffic are protected already. But it might be worth consideration of staggering when employees come in and out so it doesn't match up with the school kids, because you can't get through any of those lights. It doesn't matter which one it is. You can't make left turns. You can't make right turns. I mean, forget it. You got to get out at a certain time or you're blocked in basically for about half an hour. As it's amazing how many kids are driving big cars to school each day, every morning. So I hope that, whatever's done, that the safety consideration of the residents is of the utmost concern in designing how the traffic actually goes past that place. But otherwise, I think this is great. And as everybody knows, every time we think we're done with Bauer Farms, it comes back again. So I hope we see something built here. And I think this is a much needed facility for Lawrence.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Any other comments? Or does anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Rexroad, thank you.
Make a motion that we approve the preliminary development plan PDP 21-00371 Cedarhurst of Lawrence with the site waivers and variances outlined in the staff report based on the findings of fact presented in the body of the staff report and forwarding with a recommendation for approval to the City Commission subject to conditions noted in the staff report.
We have a motion. Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad, to approve it. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carter, thank you. Any other comments before we take a vote? Seeing none, Jeff, can you read the roll, please?
Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, Luke Sinclair, Chair. That takes us to item number 7, which is to consider approving a conditional use permit, CUP 21-00352, for clean rubble landfill on approximately 40 acres at 1736 East 1550 Road. And I believe Mary Miller, you're going to be presenting on this one.
Yes, thank you, Mary Miller, planner. I will try one time to see if my screen works. Are you able to see a blue screen?
No.
We are able to see a screen, but it is not the one you are trying to show us.
Okay, we will just forget that. Okay, this property, as you mentioned, is about 40 acres. It's at 1736 East 1550 Road. That's north of the city of Lawrence. It's outside the city limits, but it's pretty close proximity to North Lawrence. The landfill is intended to fill a depression that was created when materials were borrowed for improvements to I-70 in about 2009. Typically, we do CUPs for borrow pits, and then reclamation is included as part of that CUP. Sometimes when there's highway projects, CUPs just get overlooked, or sometimes they're in a hurry and temporary business uses, they get passed through with permits. But for whatever reason, there wasn't a CUP, so we don't have a reclamation plan. And this CUP for a landfill, a clean rubble landfill, is intended to do the reclamation where that land was borrowed. It had a 5-year time frame, so a CUP was approved in 2016 with a 5-year time frame. The applicant noted they're a little over halfway done. They need to finish filling, and then they would need to do the grading and the reclamation. They estimate it would take another 8 years to complete. So staff is recommending a 10-year approval period to give them time. It's very dependent on activity in the city. Most of their fill material comes from demolition projects within the city. So if there's more demolition projects, they'll get finished quicker. But 10 years would give them adequate time to finish and to get the reclamation done. The standards in the zoning regulations for landfills do have an extension provision built in. So if they're not done by the end of that 10-year period, they can ask the county commission for an extension. It doesn't have to come back for a full CUP review before the planning commission. It expired, the one that had earlier expired in 2021 in July, and they had forgotten or just didn't get around to asking for that extension. So the approval is now void. And so this is just a repeat, asking to renew that CUP so they can complete that process. And as we look at the zoning and land uses in the area, it's primarily agricultural and industrial zoning. Agriculture is the principal use. And this is a very low impact landfill. For the 5 years it was in operation, the operator noted there were 150 trucks. So that's about 30 trucks a year. So it's very low impact. So there were two concerns we had with the CUP. We've only received a few complaints, and those complaints were from neighbors or property owners in North Lawrence who were concerned that trucks are cutting through North Lawrence to access the facility. And it's just north on East 1550 Road, which is a private road north. And so a lot of times the most logical way to get there would be to go down Lyons and then turn, but that would put you right through North Lawrence. So when the CUP was originally approved in 2016, a truck route was established where you would go out of town, go north to Highway 40, go to the east to East 1600 Road, and then circle back. So you're really circling the whole area so you can arrive to the landfill without crossing through North Lawrence. And so, we've stressed that that is one of the conditions of the CUP. So the operator, as they're located on a private road, they only take fill by appointment. So he could stress to people when they make appointments to bring the fill, but they follow that truck route so they can stay in compliance. That's the only complaint that there's been, is just that some trucks don't use the truck route. We also wanted to check about the impact on East 1600 Road, since that's a township road. Originally, when it was approved, the Grant Township trustee had no concerns, but now that it's been operating for 5 years, we just want to make sure that they were still okay with it. And he was concerned with the status of East 1600 Road. It needs maintenance. It's got some issues with heavy vehicle traffic. However, when he talked with the operator and discovered they get about 30 trucks a year, he determined that's not the significant cause of the impact on the road. There's a lot of heavy vehicles, a lot of heavy agricultural equipment use the road, and that's where most of the issues are. So he had no concerns with allowing the CUP to be extended. And so staff wanted to make sure that there was a condition noting that the operator of the CUP is responsible for the maintenance of East 1550 Road. It's a private road and it's gated. There are 2 parcels that have frontage on it. Right now, they don't have access to the private road. But just to make it clear that they're not responsible for the maintenance during the lifespan of the CUP. And the operator agreed to that. He says he's been maintaining it for the life of the CUP so far. So that is a condition that was added. And the only other change to the conditions was putting in a 10-year timeframe, just to give them adequate time to hopefully complete the landfill. And so that concludes my presentation. And Dean Grove, the applicant, is present here today as well.
Thank you, Mary. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Mr. Grobe, go for it.
Yes, Dean Grove, Grove Engineering. Mary, thank you for the nice presentation. Just a couple clarifications. She kind of mentioned that demolition and that. I just want to make sure it's clear. It's not a construction and demolition landfill. It's a clean rubble fill, which restricts deposition of rock, dirt, sand, gravel, bricks and that, but it's not, doesn't take any wood products that you might see with a construction and demolition landfill. Secondly, just to clarify, as Mary mentioned, there were a couple complaints that were just some out-of-town drivers that weren't familiar with the route, and that was corrected. And to the best of my knowledge of what she said, that there haven't been any other complaints. So again, inadvertently, the owner missed the date for an extension, and so here we are back again. So I'll be happy to answer any questions going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Grobe. Luke Sinclair, Chair. We'll check on whether or not there's public comment. Becky, I assume no one's there?
You're correct. There's no one in the room to speak on this item.
Thank you, Becky. I think maybe we have some folks on the Zoom call who wish to speak. I see a hand raised for Michael Witt. If you can, Mr. Witt, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to have 3 minutes to offer public comment on this item. And Mr. Witt, I don't know if you're trying to talk. You're muted. I see your hand raised, but you have the floor if you'd like it.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I can try and work with Michael Witt to see if we can work through some technical difficulties that might be going on. Maybe we just circle back once we're able to unravel that.
Okay. Is there, while Kyle's working on that, are there any other members of the public on the Zoom call who wish to comment on this one?
I think I've got the mute button figured out.
Okay. We hear you now.
All right. Dean, how's it going?
All right, Mike.
So one thing that's vastly different now than 5 years ago is the chip and seal on 1600 is gone. It's been replaced with gravel and potholes because there is a heavy amount of truck use on this road, whether it be to ICLs, settling pits, or Nunamaker's farm operation itself, despite the field. But yeah, my house is 102 years old, and I'm about 30 feet from the right of way. And so the potholes, when the trucks hit them starting at about 5:30 in the morning, my whole house shakes. Whereas a year ago, I had chip and seal and no potholes and smooth roadway for 100 yards on either side of my house. And so I'm definitely concerned about any added traffic, that's going to be happening. Then my other concern was where the fill is going. Is it going on top of dry ground? Is it going into the water? And is that consuming any volume of the floodplain? And those are my concerns.
Mary, would you like to address those points, or would you like me?
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Mr. Grobe, if we could just hold on a sec. I don't know if is there anybody else on the call that wants to make public comment on this one?
Kyle Kobe with planning. I haven't seen any other hands go up.
Okay.
So I don't think so.
Okay. Then, sorry, Mr. Grobe, go ahead if you want to respond to those questions, those comments.
Sure. I apologize. I didn't want to cut Mary off. I guess in a couple of those, the revised CUP has shown where they've been filling over the last 5 years. The area is outside the special flood hazard area. It's in the Zone X in that area. It is not being dumped in the water. Again, those are all illustrated on the revised CUP. And then I guess I'll let Mary if she has anything else to add to those questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Miller, planner. When the original CUP came through in 2016, the Grant Township trustee said he didn't have any concerns at the time because they were no longer able to maintain chip and seal or asphalt, and they intended the road to go back to gravel. And so the fact that it's not chip and seal, that I think was kind of a planned obsolescence. And so they're working to maintain it, but he agreed that there's issues with the road, but he felt that it was the other trucks that were creating the issue rather than the trucks associated with this bill.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the commission then at this time. Are there any commissioners that have questions or concerns about this item? Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I wanted to, first of all, thank Mr. Will for staying on the line until 10:50 at night to talk to us, and also for sending written comment. Both of those are really important for us as we look through an item. About the chip and seal and then back to gravel and the condition of the gravel road. Have you been in touch with Grant Township about the condition of that road? And that's a question for Mr. Will, if he can take it.
As easy as it is, hypothetically, to contact your township trustee, having a conversation with Mr. Naramore, however, is quite difficult. He's of a mind that he's going to do what he's going to do, and nobody's going to sway his opinion in any way. Difficult to talk to say the least. I bought this property and moved here late 2018. So, the CUP was in progress, and I've actually been a part of that, Phil, over there in years past, and really don't see any problem with it as long as it's not going in the floodway and taking up capacity that could affect my property later, which it doesn't look like it is. But, going from a relatively decent paved road that I sit pretty close in proximity to, I'm the only residence over here on 1600 from all the way from Lyons out to 24 Highway. So really there's no one else that it affects, but my alarm clock is usually a cattle trailer at 5:30 in the morning, hitting the potholes out in front of my house and shaking my house. And it's just a vastly different situation from my front porch than it was 2.5 years ago. So that's really, I'm just waiting for a different township trustee to possibly work with, because that seems like my option as far as the road goes.
Mr. Witt, I'm afraid I had your name wrong, so I stand corrected there. It's Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. Mary, is it possible for you to, or is it possible for staff, I guess, to have a conversation with Mr. Naramore with Grant Township on behalf of Mr. Witt about the road issue, or is that outside of our jurisdiction?
Mary Miller, planner. I talked with John Naramore several times about the road, and he indicated he is concerned about the condition of the road. I think his issue is that a lot of it's agricultural vehicles that are causing the damage, and there's not a lot you can do. I think he did ask if there could be a traffic count, perhaps. I think that is something asked, and that's something I could ask the county engineer again, if they could do a traffic count and get an idea of where the traffic is coming from. That might be something that would help the township. So I could certainly send that message over to the county engineer.
And, I guess my alternative viewpoint of it is that any materials being trucked out to this fill site from Lawrence, they're coming down North 2nd, North 3rd, out to the TP, then down the highway. They're they're coming right through the heart of North Lawrence on a main road and really being diverted from Lyons, which is paved from one end to the other. And it's a collector street, you know, and they're being sent out and around and past my house with a road that, you know, the township can't keep up with. Because yeah, they may have 30 trucks a year, but you know, the farming operation, which is the same people, it's one and the same, you know, and there's some other stuff going on too, besides the Nunamaker Ross farm. But you know, I'm not going to differentiate one from the other. A truck is a truck, you know. Why send them all the way around to come down a road that can't be properly maintained, rather than them following the same truck route that ICL follows down Locust Street.
So Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, if I might, Mr. Chair, I don't think the traffic issue can hold up the CUP because I don't think that's the source of the problem, it sounds like. But if Mary or staff is willing to kind of follow up about the condition of the road, I think that could be a help for not just this, but other activities there too.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Luke Sinclair, Chair, I think that's a good idea. Are there commissioners that have any thoughts on any other parts of the request? Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. There are three of us that were here for that in July of 2016. I think it might have been Commissioner Willie's second Planning Commission meeting. But the traffic issue was thoroughly discussed at that one. And at that one, the Lawrence Improvement Association was present. And it was really a safety concern of having those big trucks go through the residential area that took it up and around. And there was a conversation about the fertilizer plant trucks still going through there and perhaps trying to set a truck route that took all the trucks around. And I know that's won't help this one residence, but that happened back then. And it was a conscious decision to change that truck route because it was deemed by the Planning Commission back then that created the greatest safety measures for the greatest number of residents at the time. Otherwise, I don't know that there have been any other complaints about this operation, and you never notice it when you drive down the turnpike of it going on, and it sounds like it's minimal from this particular conditional use permit. So I find myself that I'm going to support, you know, the new conditional use permit and a time period that's recommended by staff to allow this to be completed. I know the township roads, that's a big issue throughout the county. And I don't know what the townships are supposed to be doing with that, with the limited resources, but those are all very valid concerns. And unfortunately, we can't solve any of those here as townships in the county. But given that the county commissioners will probably watch the meeting, it'll give them a heads up on some of these issues. So with that, I mean, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion that we recommend approval of the conditional use permit for the Clean Rubble landfill with the conditions and a 10-year time frame that are recommended in the staff report.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. We have that's a motion to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a second? Commissioner Rexroad, seconded by hand motion. Thank you for that. Any other comments from the commission before voting? Not seeing any. So Jeff, can you read the roll, please?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Very good. Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witt, for hanging on for this late. That brings us to item number 8, which is to consider approving a request to rezone Z21-00384, approximately 0.49 acres located at 2726 O'Connell Road, also known as 1338 East 1600 Road, from RM15 district to RS5 district. And I believe Sandy Day is going to be presenting this one.
Good evening, Commissioners. Sandy Day, Planning Office. This item is related to the item that you considered last month regarding the preliminary plat for the Going South subdivision. This rezoning we referenced somewhat in the staff report as we work through that subdivision process. The design of the subdivision altered and changed a little bit, and it put the zoning boundary and the plat lot line boundaries within that subdivision kind of offset. So this is kind of a catch-up zoning to go along with that project. I'd refer you to the last 2 pages of the staff report that show kind of that east end of the subdivision, along with a map of the small land area that we're talking about that would rezone from RM 15 to the RS5 district that follows along with those platted lot lines. And I know the applicant is on the line. I'm happy to answer any questions that you would have on this item.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Sandy. Who do we have on the line for the applicant? Mr. Grove, sorry.
Dean Grove, Grove Engineering. I don't have much to add. I think Sandy kind of explained it, that as the design kind of went through with the preliminary plat, that we ended up doing a permanent cul-de-sac instead of a temporary. And so the zoning going right down the street then didn't work. And so at that point, it was too late to add the additional acreage on the previous zoning. And so, as Sandy said, this is just kind of a cleanup item. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you much. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there any members of the public in person?
Becky Pepper, Planning. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Thank you. How about on the phone or on the Zoom call? If you want to talk, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Kyle Kobe with Planning. I confirm that I also do not see any.
Okay. Okay, we'll bring it back to the Planning Commission. Does anybody have anything they want to talk about on this cleanup item? Any concerns or? Commissioner Carpenter?
No concerns. I'd just like to make the motion that we recommend approval of the request to rezone approximately 0.49 acres located at 2726 O'Connell Road to RSS and comply with the other recommendations of staff as contained in the staff report. And before we get, I guess we'll get a second, but before we do that, I just want to thank Mr. Grove again for working on this project and extend my hope that they can get that funding from AHAB to help make this project go through.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Commissioner Carpenter moved that we approve the request to rezone to RS5. Do we have a second? Commissioner Shanklin? Thank you for your second by hand motion there. Any comments before we take a vote? Not seeing any. Jeff, can you read the roll, please?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, thank you much.
Thank you all for your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Grobe. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Do any commissioners have any problem with taking one more short break? We have 4 more items, and we've been going for almost an hour and a half now since our last one. Does anybody have a problem with that? Okay. I don't see any problems with that. So why don't we take another 5-minute break and be back here in like a minute after 11.
Mr. Chair, the room is ready whenever you are.
Thank you, Jeff. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully we're getting to the home stretch. The next item up is number 9, which is to consider approving a special use permit, SUP 2100318, to establish an active recreation use in the OS zoning district per section 2403 of the Lawrence Land Development Code located at 900 East 15th Street. From staff, we have Luke Mortensen to present.
Good evening, Commissioners. Luke Mortensen, planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. As Chair Sinclair just noted, this item before you is a request to consider approving a special use permit to establish an active recreation land use within the open space district. The subject property is an existing City of Lawrence park that is split zoned between the open space and general public and institutional land use districts. The proposed splash pad falls under the city's active recreation land use designation and would be located north of the existing playground within the portion of the park that is zoned open space district. For section 20-403 of the city's land development code, an active recreation use is a permitted land use in the OS district with an approved special use permit. The applicant, which is the city's Municipal Services and Operations Department on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department, has submitted a building permit for the construction of the proposed splash pad improvements. Additionally, the applicant has submitted a floodplain development permit as the proposed splash pad's location is encumbered by the FEMA mapped regulatory floodplain. Both the building permit and the floodplain development permit are reviewed administratively by PDS staff. As you're well aware, your recommendation as the Planning Commission is the first step towards a final determination by the City Commission to establish this proposed land use at the property. You'll see in the staff report that the applicant submitted a code compliant site plan that graphically shows the proposed improvements in relation to the existing off-street parking area, the property lines, and the existing playground equipment. You'll also see in the staff report and the additional agenda materials the engineering specifics related to the proposed splash pad's water filtration and circulation system. Those are a little bit unique when compared to traditional splash pads and some pool type uses. To conclude, staff recommends approval of this proposed special use permit to establish the proposed active recreation land use in the open space zoning district at 900 East 15th Street. The applicant has submitted a site plan and materials that satisfy the standards for establishing a special use as outlined by section 20-1306 of the Land Development Code. Additionally, staff believes this proposed land use satisfies the stated purpose of the open space zoning district as expressed by section 20-218A of the Land Development Code, which is to accommodate development that is compatible with natural amenities and preserves and enhances the major open spaces and recreational areas of this city. Staff has received neighbor communications regarding this proposed land use. Those are included in the agenda materials. Additionally, staff has received a letter of support from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, also included in the materials packet. Staff does not recommend a time limit on the special use permit as the city-owned and operated infrastructure will be maintained by the Parks and Recreation and Municipal Services and Operations departments. With that, I'll wrap up and stand for any questions. I don't believe the applicant was able to join us tonight, but I feel comfortable answering some of those questions on their behalf.
Great. Thank you, Luke. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Are there any members of the public on the either in person or, well, I'll just wait. I assume there's none, Becky.
That's correct. Becky Pepper Planning, there's nobody in the room to speak on this.
Thank you, Luke Sinclair, Chair. How about on this Zoom call? If you're on the call and you wish to make public comment on this particular item, raise your hand. I see we have one hand raised already. Michael Allman. Mr. Allman, if you'd like to make comment, you can go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. Yes, my name is Michael Allman. I'm speaking for the Brook Creek Neighborhood Association. And I wanted to say we fully support this splash park. When our 3 neighborhoods of Brook Creek, Barker, and East Lawrence initiated the Burroughs Creek Corridor Plan back in, I think it was 2006, the plans that were developed developed by Bartlett and West included a splash park at this, approximate location. There weren't funds at the time for some amenities like that. Some things were funded, others weren't. But we've been hoping that this would come along some point soon, and we're glad to see it now at this point. I think that the only concerns that were raised by somebody else in the public who lives on Maryland Street, I think those have been resolved. I know, for example, that the water in the splash park is recirculated. It doesn't go into the creek, but city water going into the creek, I mean, city water goes into the creek all over town. I mean, that I don't understand that concern. Also, the other concern, which we had as well, is that it will impact some of the trees of the community orchard, but those are going to be relocated. I assume they'll work with the Lawrence Fruit Tree Project to make sure that that's done well. I'm pretty sure it will be. So I think things are fine with this. As far as we're concerned, we support it. I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allman. Luke Sinclair, Chair. Luke, I saw you raising your hand.
Yeah, Luke Mortensen, Planning and Development Services. I'll just touch on what Michael commented on. Tyler Fike, who has replaced Crystal Miles over at the Parks and Rec Department. We are going to be working with him to get those. It'll be about 7 trees will be replaced within the Burroughs Creek Park, and that'll take place weather permitting, obviously. So that's in the works. And then Michael touched on it. There's more info in the agenda. This is a recirculating water system, so it's going to use a drastically reduced amount of city treated water. Of course, it will be filtered and cleaned. It's going to be safe, but it will be all treated water. And like Michael said, there won't be any treated water entering the Burroughs Creek channel.
Thank you, Luke. Luke Sinclair, Chair. I haven't seen any other hands raised for public comments, so I will just bring it back to the commission then. Commissioner Carpenter, I see your hand raised.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I read this report and I didn't realize how many ex partes I had to reveal about this one. Starting with being on the Burroughs Creek Trail committee with Michael Allman back in 2005 that brought this up. Having heard comments about it at both land meetings and East Lawrence Neighborhood Association meetings, mostly questions about why does it keep getting deferred? But this has been a long time coming. Oh, and also having done legal work for the orchard people. So yeah, I've been, and being in Barker neighborhood, which has supported this idea in the past. So I guess I've been involved in this, but it is an idea that's been a long time coming. I think that staff has looked at all the possible ramifications of it, working with the groups to make sure that it's done appropriately. And I know that's going to be a welcomed amenity along the Burroughs Creek Trail by all the neighborhoods over on the east side. But so with that, I doubt that we're going to have much other conversation about it. So I'll just go ahead and make the motion that we make the recommendation to approve the special use permit to establish an active recreation use in the open space zoning district at 900 East 15th Street with no time duration on the special use permit, as it is a city facility that will be maintained by the city for as long as it's being kept in use by the city.
Luke Sinclair, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. We have a motion to approve the special use permit as stated by Commissioner Carpenter. How about a second? Oh man, Commissioner Ashworth, I'll give it to you by hand motion. Thank you for that. Any other comments before we vote? I guess just quickly, I would echo what Commissioner Carpenter said. I think this is a great neighborhood amenity. I feel like as a father of a 7-year-old daughter, it seems really hard to find safe, affordable recreation in the hot summer months here in Kansas. I think families are probably priced out of a lot of the options that there are besides the city pool. And so I think this is a great idea, and I'm excited that there are going to be more, hopefully. And I'm happy that it's been located in East Lawrence to begin with. So with that, I'll ask Jeff to go ahead and take the vote.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great, Luke Sinclair, Chair. That takes us to, excuse me, to items 10, 11, and 12, which are related. So 10 is to consider approving a comprehensive plan amendment, CPA 21-00379 to Plan 2040, Chapter 8B, specific land use plans, K10 and Farmers Turnpike Plan. Item 11 is to consider approving a request to annex A2100380, 100 acres located near the southeast corner of State Highway 10 and North 1750 Road. And then two requests to rezone under item 12. The first is to consider request to rezone Z2100381, approximately 100 acres located near the southeast corner of State Highway K or State K10 and North 1750 Road from CP AG1 and AG2 districts to RS5 district. And then the second request to rezone is Z 2100382, approximately 0.78 acres located near the southeast corner of State K10 and North 1750 Road from AG2 district to RS5 FP. Which is single family or single dwelling residential with the floodplain overlay. And I think we have Sandy Day that's going to present on these three.
Thank you, Sandy Day. And as you mentioned, there are a number of items that are associated with this development project. This is kind of a preliminary development stage for the applicant, looking at the annexation, the rezoning, and then the related comprehensive plan amendment that goes with that. Kyle, if you could pull up the PowerPoint, please. I have just a few slides really to try to help us focus this conversation a little bit. The applicant is made a request in the application, specifically in the comprehensive plan amendment, to move that land use designation from the existing residential office to what was noted in the application as low density residential. Staff's recommendation does deviate a little bit from the applicant's request. And then within the zoning application, staff's recommendation does deviate from the applicant's request for RS5 as well. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. Kyle, you can take the next slide, please. So you'll see iterations of this throughout the staff reports for this project. There are 3 separate parcels associated with the project. E902 Road extends north from Rock Chalk Drive, north, and eventually would connect or intersect with E1750 Road to the north. And that is a development project related to all of this. Touch on that in just a moment as well. You can see that small parcel that is located in the extreme southeast corner of the subject property that is encumbered by floodplain. So regardless of its zoning district, that floodplain overlay would be applicable for this project. So we've just kind of given you a summary of the 4 different parcels that we talk about. Parcel number 1 is specifically located within the boundary of the K10 and Farmers Turnpike area plan. The rest of the parcels included in the annexation and zoning requests are not located within any designated area plan. Next slide, please, Kyle. Just to summarize a little bit the surrounding zoning and land uses in the area and to show where the property is located in proximity. It is north of Rock Chalk Park. And so you have park open space immediately adjacent to the south side. That's where the project abuts existing city limits. You have a future park. The park parcels are noted with the kind of exploded green star of those two uses. And then the red star highlights where the Evergy substation is. Another land use in this area is an approved conditional use permit for a self-storage facility. That's kind of a flag-shaped lot located on the west side of E902 Road. That property has the CP zoning, just kind of a little bit to the north and west of the substation. Now that conditional use permit has been the north west side of E902 Road is the subject of a great. I'm going to stop my video because my internet is becoming unstable. Hopefully we'll be able to see everything still within this. The parcels along E1750 Road have been divided through that county subdivision process, certificate of survey that created a number of residential development parcels along the south side of 1750 Road. And then you can see the rest of the zoning in that immediate area. If we can move to the next slide, please. So this slide highlights the discussion about the comprehensive plan amendment application to this project. The plan was originally approved in 2008 and it was amended ultimately in 2016. The arrow is pointing to that portion of the subject property that is requested to be amended through this application. The area that is to the south of it, the Office Research Park, is the piece that was amended in 2016. And if approved, this amendment would move that land use from the residential office to staff's recommendation is for medium residential. And that is comparable or comparable to kind of the residential component of the existing mixed use. It does set it up for really kind of a single use kind of activity within that 25 acres. And that's reflected in the zoning request for RS5. Next slide, please. So this is kind of a closer up view of what we're seeing within that subject property and where those properties rest within the subject area. The dark black outline is the boundary of property that was considered in a previous request by the applicant that was actually withdrawn. The reason that it was withdrawn is related to how utilities will be extended to this project. The applicant did provide a service delivery plan that staff has reviewed that is discussed throughout the annexation report and also touched on in the comprehensive plan amendment report. We'll get to, I've got a slide for that and we'll touch on that in just one more minute. Can you go on to the next slide, please? And this is just really summarizing the existing land use map in the plan and what the proposed revision would do or look like, and that's moving that land use to that medium density. It does drop out that office use within the district. Staff kind of concurs with with the applicant's finding that the office designation is there's just not demand for that particular kind of land use. It's not to say that other types of mixed use couldn't be appropriate for this area, but the medium density residential use is really reflective of the discussions that we have been having at the local level about the need for residential lots, and the medium density would allow for those smaller lots, a more dense, compact development within that land use. Next slide, please. So you can see within this area, and this touches on that zoning request where we have the floodplain overlay district. Also through that corner is a part of the Lawrence Loop, and it doesn't show up on this particular image, but part of that trail system goes through the southeast corner of this property. It's where we find floodplain that when property is annexed and platted, that we do have to account for floodplain. And so that is why we have the FP overlay district associated with this application. And if we can go to the last slide, please. This slide really gets at the heart of what some of the issues are related to this development application. And those are related to how infrastructure is both planned and how the applicant would propose to have access to utility services within this area. There are two significant issues for land use and development of this area. One is access, and that is related to the extension of E902 Road. It's a designated future collector street. It would need to be improved from where it currently intersects with existing city limits at Rock Chalk Drive, and that would have to be improved and extended to the north to intersect with 1750 Road. Exactly how that improvement gets made, what portion of that improvement is participating through the city is part of a policy question that we do need to have with the City Commission. The other aspect of development of this project has to do with how sanitary sewer service is provided for this area. The black line on the slide shows the existing interceptor line that provides sanitary sewer, and that line was designed and constructed to serve a very particular area. A portion of this property is actually outside of that service area. The applicant proposes that they would use a pump station or a lift station to collect the sewage and tie back into that interceptor line. City plans, the utility plans do show a future line for the north portion of that Baldwin Creek sewer basin that a substantial portion of the subject property, or about half, would be served by that future service line. So the question really before the commissions, both the Planning Commission and predominantly the City Commission, is one of timing. And it is a trade-off between the quest to develop and get more residential lots versus following adopted plans related to sanitary sewer infrastructure. That infrastructure is significant and would require appropriate benefit district financing to be able to construct that. The short-term remedy would be for the applicant to provide the pump station, but that does require City Commission action to be able to address that. With regard to the annexation, the total area proposed to be annexed is 100 acres, those 4 parcels that we saw. The access taking into this area would be E902 Road, and then the sewer benefit district is certainly a substantial issue that needs to be discussed. That is part of why the project was previously considered, but then deferred. As far as the zoning goes, again, this plays into staff's concerns and work with trying to manage a middle ground to move the project forward. And that's staff's recommendation to consider actually the UR district, the Urban Reserve District, for that portion of the project that's located on the west side of E902 Road. That 25 acres is totally within what's called BC3, that future service area. There is a portion of the property that is on the east side of E902 Road that would also be split between where it could be served into the existing sanitary sewer line and a portion of it that would flow into that future service line if a pump station is not approved for the project. Much of the surrounding area is residential. There is a floodplain in that area, although only that one small corner of this particular project is touched by that. The proposed request for RS5 zoning does fall into that medium density residential district. Roughly 8 dwelling units to the acre. Within this subject property, there is quite a bit of mature trees that the applicant proposes to protect and preserve. There is a concept plan that was included in the packet, so you should be able to see that in the staff report, where those large areas of mature trees are protected or preserved, so that that development is kind of clustered within a tighter area. Andy Enns with the city utility staff is on the line as well, and I did ask him to be here tonight if you have specific questions about the sanitary sewer service related to this project. It's a lot of information. Staff reports were very long. We have a lot of issues that we do need to still work through with the applicant. Certainly the infrastructure, much of that work comes with a subdivision plat, but because many of these topics become policy issues for the city commission because of the finance and funding associated with some of that infrastructure, it's appropriate to get this project in front of both the planning commission and the city commission earlier in the process where we can, so that we can have those discussions mostly about timing and priorities as we move forward and try to address development needs within the community. Thank you. I know David Hamby, the applicant, representing the applicant, is on the line as well, and I'm happy to answer any questions you would have.
Just Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director, just a point to share that we've lost Chairman Sinclair to a power outage, and he's trying to reconnect right now. So the vice chair would be inclined to fill the void at the moment if possible.
Hello, this is Commissioner Ashworth. So we've had a presentation by staff. I believe the applicant is here, although I'm not sure which person will be speaking on behalf of the applicant.
I'm David Hamby, representing the applicant. I work with BG Consultants, and I've spent many hours on the phone with both Sandy and Andy talking about this project, and I appreciate the time they put into this project, and I'm glad to be here tonight. I won't keep it, I will keep it brief, as we've been here a long time, but I just wanted to say that on the CPA modification to the medium density residential, that is fine with us on that. And the other modification to the west parcels, changing that to the urban reserve. I agree with the change for now, understanding we want to try to get it in front of the city commission for a policy decision on the sanitary sewer. So just to give you a little bit more information on the sanitary sewer, Andy and Sandy and I have spent some time developing some calculations for the sanitary sewer, and the last set of calculations I sent over to Andy and Sandy included that we're actually with the change in use on the Sports Pavilion Lawrence and the Rock Chalk Park parcel, there's actually some excess capacity available there, and we're actually using less than projected on the portion that is being developed on that. And so there's actually still some remainder of the design capacity available. And so we're not taking any capacity away from future users. So that's a good thing. And Andy can chime in here after I'm finished if that works for you. But I understand the pump station's a policy issue for the city, and I'm looking forward to having that discussion. This development is such that about half of it drains to that north basin. And so if it's unable to do the pump station as part of the project, that would effectively probably kill the project, just because of the amount of infrastructure that's going to be required to build this project will make it difficult to do. With approximately a half-mile road, just to even get to the site is quite a big lift to support this. And there's approximately 400 units there that could be a residential home for somebody that would need it, and it would alleviate some of that lot shortage that the city's going to see here shortly. And I know the inventory is down to 2 years or less, and it takes at least that long to get something off the ground. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, is there any, the applicant still has a bit of time left. Did you say you wanted to pass that to Mr. Andy Entz? I believe that is the.
Andy's with the utility engineer with the city. So he's welcome
Sorry,
to chime
I don't
in
have the
if
list
you have
of-
any questions. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I'm the only one here representing that.
You're the only one here representing? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll go to any members of the public that wish to comment on this item. Is there anybody in the room? Becky Pepper.
Becky Pepper, planning. There is no one in the room.
All right, so we'll take it to online. I know we have one person raising their hand. If there's anybody else, please go ahead and raise your hand. We have Michael Allman on the line to comment on this item. Please go ahead, Mr. Allman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ashworth. Thank you. This is Michael Allman. At this point, I guess I'm speaking for myself, although I have policy concerns in different venues. And I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but I noticed in the staff report, the policy framework referencing various plans that apply to this. There's no reference there to any affordable housing policies and plans, like the Lawrence Affordable Housing Toolkit or the 1995 Housing Trust Fund policy. That's an issue that has been played out, and you commissioners are well aware of that, with a density question. And the density has been impacting mostly the small lot east side neighborhood, whereas the 1995 policy says affordable housing should be scattered around the community. Also in a density issue, I also noticed that let's see, what page 89, the goals that are listed here that apply talk about allowing and promoting urban density and walkable neighborhoods. The density issue itself has so many different faces, but we know that the new comprehensive plan 2040 is basically based on urban density. That's a major shift in this community. And I'm concerned that right now, this 100 acres, and just 3 months ago, you approved 35 acres of single family residential just west of here, and now another 100 acres. If this is approved at this density of RS5, you're going to lock in for 20 years or more stockpile of urban density at this level. What other communities are doing to address affordable housing, as well as other concerns for density, is eliminating single family zoning. this is something that I know will be coming up during the review of the comprehensive, the development code, but that's not going to impact this if you allow this to go through a single family. And you know what happened when the comprehensive plan was adopted and all the teeth were taken out of Horizon 2020 with the new plan, and we were promised that they would be put back in the sector plans. Those sector plans haven't happened yet. In the meanwhile, there's been a frenzy of activity from developers wanting rural subdivisions, so much so that you had to put a halt to it. This is very similar. You're going to get all kinds of applications. You already have, in this case, 135 acres.
Mr. Alman, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your comments, please.
Okay, thank you. It'll be single family residential annexed into the city. You should be maybe putting this on hold, at least the rezoning part of this question, until we looked at eliminating single family zoning like other communities are doing for density sake and for affordable housing sake. So I just wanted to bring that up as a concern that doesn't seem to come up in this staff report. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this topic? Kyle, do you see anybody? I am not.
Kyle Kobe with planning. I'm not seeing any other hands.
Okay, then it comes back to the commission for discussion. Who would like to start? Commissioner Shanklin, please.
Hi, Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I was anxious to jump in here because although Mr. Alman said he was thinking out loud, he couldn't have stated it better. This particular case, although it's expressed as a comprehensive plan amendment, it is effectively spot zoning. We're required to be thorough when we do a comprehensive plan amendment. And in this particular case, there are two loose premises on which the rezoning is based. One is a shortage of building lots, and that's, as Mr. Alman says, that's simply the wrong metric to use. The right metric is density. And beyond that, the absence of applications for office construction. And we're in the midst of a pandemic still, so I don't know that near-term experience should be the basis for long-term judgments, particularly ones that, as Mr. Alman said, take it out of the hands of good comprehensive planning forever. We should not be, this is death by 1,000 cuts when you develop single-family detached at the urban fringe. It's just unsupportable for a community to hope to pay for infrastructure on taxing residential rooftops. If anything, we should be looking, and again, we have the work to do on the K10 and Farmers Turnpike plan, which includes a portion of this property scheduled for 2023. I presume that work is going to be thorough. This is not. Statute requires us to do more than just rely on a couple of loose premises to do, what is effectively spot zoning here. This is not comprehensive planning, and we shouldn't do a comprehensive plan amendment on this basis. I've got more to say, but I'd like to turn it over to others first. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Shanklin. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. I'd love to learn a little bit more about the sewer question. what objections there would be should this development go forward, what objections there would be and why to a pump station as an interim solution. And then second, I'd like to understand what the long-term plans are for completing that. Like, what kinds of things is the long-term plan contingent on? Is that based on when SLT is expanded and completed, that type of thing? And if so, how far out are we talking?
Hi, this is Andy Inns. I'm Engineering Program Manager with the Municipal Services and Operations Department. Like David said, we've been working on this together a little bit to try and address some of our initial concerns from the MSO department, primarily related to the pump station. Initially we had some concerns with where it was connecting to that existing Baldwin Creek interceptor, and if there would be capacity that was taken that was intended to go in further downstream per the master plan. David looked at those calculations, and we'll need to review it a little bit more, but I think what with the changes in land use at Rock Chalk Park and SPL, it does make sense. So then our concerns with the pump station are a couple things. One, pump stations require more maintenance than gravity sewers. Another thing is that this pump station would just serve this development. It's not really a regional benefit. Most of the pump stations we're putting in now are large regional pump stations, like Pump Station 48, which is just downstream of the Baldwin Creek interceptor. The last slide that Sandy had up was from our 2012 master plan, and that green line, the new interceptor sewer that would serve the north half of this, actually would extend up and be able to serve kind of the interchange area at K10 and I-70. That's so, if there were industrial parks or development up there, that interceptor would be what's required to serve that area. And so, when that eventually does get installed, that interceptor, what happens to this pump station? How does it get abandoned? How does this development area here contribute to that? Because they would be able to be served by that interceptor, but at that point it's individually owned lots, and so it's a little more difficult to kind of track how that how they are help out to pay for that sewer, that gravity sewer. So those are some of our initial concerns with the pump station. As far as the road improvements, the water line, I think that's all pretty straightforward. Those are laid out in Transportation 2040 plan, as well as the water master plan. And so those are pretty straightforward. It's just this pump station versus interceptor. So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody else have any, this is Commissioner Ashworth, anybody else have any questions, particularly on this pump station and interceptor question while we're on that topic? Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. Yeah, I don't know if I've got this right, but I think a big holdup the last time this came forward was who is going to pay for this pump station. And now I'm hearing that we don't really want a pump station for future plans. So I guess that's a question. If the city commission does say, okay, we can do a temporary pump station, who's paying for that? I guess that's the city staff. Or to
this is David
Mr.
Hamby,
Hamby, whoever.
BG Consultants. So the last time it wasn't about the cost of the pump station. It was about the approval of the pump station itself. that would be considered local infrastructure, I would say, or development infrastructure. And that would be by the developer itself or himself. And just like the road is, we went through all this in the utility service plan, but the road would be benefit district most likely, just because it's a lot of it's off of this property. But the internal roads, the internal sanitary sewer, the internal water line, that would all be part of the development at the developer's cost.
Okay. If anyone else has comments on the pump station, I'll hold off on my other questions, but.
Commissioner Willie has a question on the pump station, I believe.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. So whether it's the temporary pump station or the longer term sanitary sewer upgrades, what is the capacity for density on this kind of property? You keep mentioning that because of Rock Chalk Park, that there maybe is more capacity available than previously planned for. So, and maybe Mr. Enns or Mr. Hanby, either one, is there potential for more density in this particular area?
Andy Enns, MSO. Oh, I'll go first, David, and then you can.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so with the Baldwin Creek interceptor, the existing one that was designed, I'm trying to remember. It was like 4 units per acre?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Was that right? And so
for this north parcel.
For the north parcel. And then the Rock Chalk Park parcel was about the same, and that's quite a bit less, of course. So the those combined are within the capacity of the Baldwin Creek interceptor. And then, any changes to the density north of this boundary. So it's kind of split into 2 watersheds. The existing interceptor sewer is the BC2 Baldwin Creek 2 watershed. Then the north one, which the pump station would serve as the BC3 area. So any increase in density in the BC3 area would have to be evaluated as well, with either the pump station or the new interceptor sewer, whenever that would go in. David, go ahead if you have anything.
You nailed it. I was just going to point out that the study indicated that north of Rock Chalk Park, that area was planned for 4 units per acre of development. So.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Willie?
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I think mostly. So it sounds like that the residential density that's being suggested with the rezoning, that there may be room for more units than that, at least in the future for the sanitary sewer extension.
Andy Enns, Engineering Program Manager, MSO. The area, the north part of this proposed development was actually not really considered in the design of the Baldwin Creek interceptor because it was outside of the service area. And so it's a little tough to tell once you get into that northern watershed. But the rest of the property that we're discussing was 4 units per acre.
I will also add, David Hamby, BG Consultants, that that parcel to the north, there's some set aside for stands of trees and steep slopes. And there's also a large gas line that passes through the property. So that actually kind of decreases the effective density just because there's some undevelopable areas there. And so you can't just put houses or whatever structures on every square inch of that. And there's quite a large portion of property that is going to be set aside for environmental issues.
All right, this is Commissioner Ashworth. Any other pump station questions before we move on to other topics? No. Commissioner Carpenter, did you want to follow on with your next comment?
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I'm just thinking, we've got 4 separate votes in this. We've got a comp plan amendment. We have an annexation request and 2 rezonings. And I'm just kind of wondering about the order and kind of going with Commissioner Shanklin. We have been hesitant to approve comp plan amendments without going for the whole area plan. And I know we've got area plans under consideration. And I know that these things are not moving as fast as a lot of people would like. But I do share Commissioner Shanklin's concern that this is essentially spot zoning unless we do the entire area plan. And we have been essentially turning those down. But we did make the one exception that it was already annexed into the city, which brings up the question of annexation. So if we annex this into the city, I think we could talk about the other. But the annexation question raises the issue of what is the community benefit that's required by Plan 2040? And I saw some indication just about providing housing, but if we're also talking about cost of the city for the infrastructure, I need to know exactly what the community benefit is here, other than community subsidy of spot zoning. So what is the community benefit? I guess I'll start with that.
I imagine that question is directed partly to the applicant and partly to staff.
Correct.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services, would be happy to answer that from the staff point of view. In our read of it is the community benefit is the housing units themselves. When you look at the residential lot inventory and the time it takes to go from annexation all the way through to where development occurs, it can take anywhere between 1.5 to 2.5 years to move through all those steps. With the inventory being at around about 2.5 years, that is a community benefit. It does provide some housing units and some availability for the market to kind of adjust and move in that one. So we see that as the community benefit in this instance because of that tight inventory that we're seeing in residential lots.
David Hamby, BG Consultants. I will also add that we see, in addition to that, preservation of the environmental factors. So the steep slopes, trees, also connections to existing paths. So linking the Lawrence Loop up to the Rock Chalk Path as well. So those are all included in this.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, aren't steep slopes and at least preserving 20% of the mature trees and everything else already required by the code? So what in addition to that are you referring to?
Well, David Hamby, BG Consultants, that's not required unless you're in the city. So there's no protection for them right now.
But if we annex it, the property, you're in the city. So those would apply. So I'm just asking.
Yeah, so those are protected. I don't know that they're protected fully to the levels that we may be providing, but I would also add that the connections between pedestrian infrastructure and is going to be included in that. And we do see that providing residential lot inventory is a strong factor. I mean, we can say that cutting the supply, which we've all seen, has raised the prices. And so if you add a little bit more to the supply, that hopefully will help the prices come down as well.
Commissioner Asher, I'd like to also just briefly comment on a point that was brought up earlier in the evening about the RS5. That is a minimum 5,000 square feet. And so it may look good in terms of a lot of housing units with RS5, but it's not necessarily that's what will happen because that is a minimum. We could be seeing actually quite fewer number of houses in that area with that zoning. Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. On the question of community benefit, one of the things that I've been intrigued about this particular project is how building more residential mass, I'll use that word, in this particular area, how that helps this to become a little bit more attractive, and maybe even this becomes a tipping point for further development in that area, attractions for things like a Costco that we've been on the cusp of for so many years, and how something of this magnitude becomes a little bit more of a center of gravity. So beyond just maybe some, the residential units, the additional building lots, I think there might be some economic development opportunity that comes from this that maybe wouldn't be found in other places in the city.
Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I'd like to follow on to what Commissioner Rexroad just said. If I could, while I was watching the Jayhawks just demolish the Tigers over the weekend, it occurred to me that I had seen this stretch of roadway from I-70 south on K10 down to 6th Street and then on around as a beltway around the city before. And it's 200 miles east of here. And there are some who say that this particular stretch calls out for commercial activity. Commissioner Rexroad just referred to creating some more effectively butts in the seats that would draw a Costco-like retailer. Well, when I look at the stretch of Route 63 south from I-70 in Columbia, Missouri, it is a whole lot like, in fact, it's almost a mirror image of the 1.5 mile stretch that we have down to 6th Street from I-70 on K10. We have our Rock Chalk Park and the great athletic facilities. They have a golf course and a 116-acre city park with a 12-acre lake in it, with miles of trails. We both have the same thing. They have, the commercial activity on 6th Street, or we have the commercial activity on 6th Street. They have the commercial activity on East Broadway. They have a belt loop that goes around the city in the form of Stadium Boulevard. We have K10. It's very much the same stretch of property. We have the east or the west campus of Lawrence Memorial Hospital, whereas they have the east campus of the University of Missouri Hospital. The difference is that built around that east campus of the University of Missouri Hospital, there's a University Eye Institute, the Neurology Institute, 2 dermatology practices, Columbia Podiatry, Tiger Pediatrics, a gastrointestinal practice, an endoscopy practice, 2 occupational medical practices, an ENT hearing and balance specialist, a prostate practice, orthopedics practices, all in separate buildings around that hospital. And to support that, they have 2 pharmacies. There are at least 10 hotels, 3 banks, every fast food franchise you can think of, every dine-in franchise you can think of, an outdoor shopping mall with 2 grocery stores, a branch of a public library, a Lowe's, a Walmart, a Sam's Club, and all without anything but a little bit of multifamily housing. And this is all what I counted in MapQuest in a few minutes at halftime while the Jayhawks were trumping the Tigers. So I'm not saying that it's good or even what we should do or that it's even the result of comprehensive planning, But it is a thought for those who think that this area from I-70 down to 6th Street on K10 is a good place for commerce. And I worry that when we take little spot zoning actions like we're considering tonight, that we foreclose the opportunity to do this other stuff. So that's just to follow on to what Mr. Rexroad was saying.
Thank you. I would imagine that, this is Commissioner Ashworth, that would generate a lot of discussion were it not midnight. It's so I'm not sure how far we can go with this. I'm kind of reluctant to take on this sort of huge issue in these 3 votes at this late hour. I'm just not sure how much good consideration we can give this, but we can go ahead and try, or maybe there would be an option to put this off for an earlier time on another date. Is that a possibility at all? I just want to be able to give this full consideration. If I could pitch that question to staff.
I'm not sure if Jeff or Randy want to weigh in on this, but yes, the Planning Commission generally does have the ability to defer items to a future agenda.
I don't know how people are feeling this evening after this long evening, if they feel like they can give this the proper due consideration. And I see Mr. Randy Larkin has joined us on this question. So let's go ahead and let him talk.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Yes, the Planning Commission does have the authority to defer matters. We typically in the past have asked the applicant if it was going to affect any of the projects or something of that nature. That would be a good idea to
yes,
by the applicant.
Okay, well, let me run that by the applicant, and can you tell us what sort of implications that would have to put this off for greater consideration?
David Hamby with BG Consultants. Anytime you delay a project, it causes, issues. If that's what you want to do, though, I'll support that. I understand that it's late. Again, that for us, the majority of it is going to be a policy decision beyond you guys. I don't want to jump past, the considerations you're giving, but there's this unknown of a pump station out there that we're trying to get some direction from as well. So I'll leave it with you guys.
Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you, it's Commissioner Rexroad. Are there a handful of questions that we know we need run down between now and the next time we talk? I hate to waste this. I hate to waste the time. I think I agree with you, Commissioner Ashworth, that there's a great deal of conversation that needs to go on. I know I definitely want to lean back into some of the comments that Commissioner Shanklin made. But I don't know that there's time to really do that well at this late hour. So are there questions around pump station priority? Are there questions around, for example, the timing that the city might be considering changes in how we think about residential zoning? So to know whether or not that's even consideration that we should be making in the context of a project like this.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. These proposals, the 3 that we have, well, calling the 2 rezonings is one. Amendment of the comp plan, we're on equal footing with the city and the county commission. If we recommend, we can either deny or approve an amendment to the comp plan. And if we deny it, it's done. However, what we're finding out here is a lot of this is contingent on whether or not there's going to be a policy decision by the city commission to permit a pump station. So I'm not too prone to amending a comp plan when we don't know what a policy decision is going to be. And then we have the issues of rezone. I mean, we've got all these issues tied together. And I don't want to jump the gun and amend the comp and recommend approval of a comp plan if we don't know the rest of the puzzle. So I'm just wondering if there's some other way we can get something from the city about if we approve amendment of the comp plan, are we committed to going down some road that is going to cause problems for both the city and the county? Because all three bodies have to approve it. So I don't know what the proper route to do this is, because, you know, the conversation is correct. Some of these things are outside of, you know, really our bounds of land use, but they have such great impact on what our recommendation would be. So help me.
Would Sandy have a comment on that?
Sandy Day, Planning Office. I do have a thought about that. Based on what Commissioner Carpenter was describing, the CPA is really very much tied to the zoning. So you could uncouple this project a little bit, consider the annexation and tie the CPA and the zoning back together as a project. Ultimately, it will be the City Commission's determination on whether or not they accept the annexation. Your role in that is as a recommending body. So that may be one way to divide this up into and make it a little bit more bite-sized pieces. Still a lot of project discussion that is going to have to go on for this. So that's one thought that I have.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner. I'm still held up on the annexation about what the community benefit is. So I know if we, as we found out from the one from like 2 months ago, where we amended an area plan because it was already annexed into the city. And even if we recommended denial, the City Commission could approve it. I mean, so we kind of need some feedback from the other governmental bodies just about the community benefit aspect of this before we move forward on rezoning also. I mean, are we going to accept just addition of residential housing lots as the community benefit? Because there are so many higher level policy issues involved in this request. I think we're operating a little bit in the dark.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. I think as this conversation evolves, and all of the questions we're raising just demonstrates to all of us that we're not capable of upholding our standard of being thorough. And that to me is extremely problematic, because a comprehensive plan amendment requires that we do a thorough analysis. So simply having one piece that says so-and-so will fund the pump station, or another piece that says this is what the community benefit is, it is not upholding our standard. This is a high bar that we're supposed to meet with a comprehensive plan amendment, and the statute does require that we be thorough. And so I don't think that we can do that tonight. I'm not sure that we can do that in a spot zoning case at all.
Commissioner Ashworth, I happen to agree that we don't have enough information. I mean, we need some further guidance. I don't see how we can really come to a decision on this with all these questions outlying this evening. So what would be the protocol here for coming up maybe with a list of concerns we have to be addressed by the city and the applicant, other governing bodies as we move forward, and then deferring these votes.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. In the instance of that one, I'd recommend, if you're thinking of deferral, and that is giving us the questions and information that you'd find beneficial the next time to have the discussion on that one, and we can bring those back to your next meeting. That way, you have the information to make a well-informed decision and have all those details as best as we can provide. There may still be some at the end of that it still wouldn't be able to get because of just the way that the applications work in time with those. But just some guidance on questions you'd like us to have, or excuse me, sorry, I laid out, I got my tongue there. Questions that you have and would like us to get answers for would be very beneficial for us.
Well, I can imagine one of the first ones is going to be, this Commissioner Ashworth, is the more detail on the benefits for annexing this particular property. And then let's see, I saw Commissioner Willie had a hand up, and then Commissioner Shanklin.
I did. Thank you. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I've been keeping such a list as we've been talking, and so I'll start with that if that's right. One question was if there's any considerations for affordable housing in the potential annexation. One would be the suitability for that, either topography or road access for commercial development as opposed to residential, and the pump station agreement. And if there's city interest in annexation, and that would be the question of benefit, and the comp plan amendment versus spot zoning kind of question, if there's any legal things that need to be found out there. That's all I have.
Commissioner Shanklin.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. One way to think about this is, and I say this primarily because there is a larger geographic context that we would need to consider in order to be thorough and comprehensive here, is to say, why not move the K10 and Farmers Turnpike work up on the calendar? Because that will give us a thorough analysis that we would need in order to address at least a portion of this property. And I would say better off for all of us if we extend that K10 and Farmers Turnpike area analysis to include the rest of the stretch down between K10 and George Williams to 6th Street. That band of property needs to be looked at in its entirety. That would be the right comprehensive plan amendment in this case to address this particular property. And it would include all of the broader concerns.
Commissioner Ashworth, I know that the K10 plan, the area plan, is on the docket in a couple months' time for a mid-month meeting, but I don't know what the time frame is for dealing with that. Before dealing with this project, what sort of time frame we're looking at here in terms of how many months out that would be. Does anybody on staff have a guess at that?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. The work plan is scheduled that we would be looking at the west of K10 plan, which is the one just kind of due south of this area in 22. And then we'd be looking to initiate and start the process for reviewing K10 and Farmers Turnpike in 23. So that's the calendar that we're holding ourselves to and hoping that we can meet on those things. That would be still some number of months out, and then we'd still have to go through reviews and other approval processes. So it would be a pretty long calendar for that scope on this kind of project.
Commissioner Ashworth, I want to see, does Randy Larkin have anything to say before I go back to the commissioners? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I can clear up a couple of those questions right away. We cannot require the landowner to set aside any of this property for affordable housing. State law prohibits us, the city, from putting that type of requirement on a landowner. If they were coming to us for benefits, and then we can negotiate that where it's a fair bargain or some other type of deal. So if we're given incentives, we can have requirements that a certain amount be set aside for affordable housing, but we couldn't do this in this situation. This is just land that they have, and state law prohibits us from doing that. We had that come up, that Crestline property with those duplexes. That was the answer then. Regarding the annexation, you're the recommending body. There are certain standards set forth in the comprehensive plan, and you look at the facts that are presented to you, and then you apply to determine whether or not this application meets the standards for a recommendation for approval or disapproval. And you go from there. That would be your duty regarding the annexation. So you can't really go to the city commission and ask for direction because they're the final deciding body. Eventually, you're making the recommendations. So you're going to have to, if you have questions regarding what those standards are or how to apply them, we can help you out. But the planning commission has really got to apply those standards to this application and then make a recommendation to the city commission as to whether or not they believe annexation is appropriate in this situation. And the city commission then will also apply those standards and then either accept or disapprove your recommendation. So hopefully that helps a little bit regarding the annexation question. And other than that, I don't have anything else unless you have any other additional questions.
Thank you very much. That helped clarify, Commissioner Ashworth. So we have Karen Willie, and I believe Commissioner Shanklin will also have a comment.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, thank you. I just want to kind of make a comment that this is a tricky spot to develop and expensive because of the road extension network that needs to happen there and the sewer issues. And this is tier 2, and we know that we need to annex it and make use of those kinds of properties, those few properties that end up in tier 2, where we have services that can be extended with relative ease. But still, if we have a developer that's interested there, I hate to just wait on, it's the right way to do it, to have the area plans done and the comprehensive plan all kind of tied together. But I'm not sure how long the community can wait as the months roll by to get those things done. So I feel the urgency to be a helpful partner and see if we can make something happen here. But I don't think we can make it happen tonight. I think we just have too many questions there. I just would be afraid of making it wait until we had finished those projects, which may drag on a while.
Commissioner Shanklin.
I have nothing more. Thanks, though.
Other commissioners we have not heard from on this matter. Commissioner Carter.
David Carter, Planning Commissioner. I'll do my best to express myself articulately, but I think it's been brought up several times. My biggest concern is the affordable housing aspect, and maybe I need some clarification from Randy. But it seems to me the biggest, I don't want to say leverage, but the biggest tool the city has for encouraging explicitly some form of affordable housing or higher density housing is in the granting of permission to annex, as specifying a community benefit. And so I just like a little bit of clarification from Randy. Understandably, we cannot compel a landowner to set aside a certain amount of land for affordable housing, but is it still within the city's power to negotiate provision of affordable housing or higher density, as part of the annexation agreement?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. My answer to that would be, we really could not do that. There are certain standards set forth and we have to apply those standards. And otherwise, we're basically doing the same thing as if we say, okay, if you give us affordable housing, or if you give us a certain amount of density, we'll allow you to annex. But otherwise, you can't annex. It's no different than just requiring him to do it. The courts aren't going to see it as any different than just requiring it from the outset. Now, if it was something outside of a land use where it's a zoning or annexation, where they were getting incentives or something outside of what's already set forth in the city code, where there's certain standards that have to be met, and then, then it's a discretionary type of deal, we could perhaps negotiate and bargain. But here, this would just be basically, we would, under duress, they would say, yes, we'll do that to get annexed. And it would be no different than a requirement.
Okay. Thanks. David Carter, a planning commissioner. So I guess I'm the thing that for me is the biggest hang up is this idea of housing as a community benefit. When a developer is applying to be annexed by the city in order to provide, to develop a residential neighborhood, is that the community benefit? I know I'm not expressing myself very articulately, but I don't see that granting them their request is inherently a community benefit because it results in more housing. The argument that more housing inevitably leads to more affordable housing doesn't make sense to me. So, I mean, I think I would like to see more scrutiny into the community benefit in this case.
Commissioner Ashworth, does anybody else have anything to add to the list of questions that we have? Does anybody feel like there's any part of this? There are 3 votes to take, 3 items. Does anybody feel that we have enough information to go forward on any of them? No, I'm not sensing that. So I imagine the next step would be, can someone on staff tell me about when this could maybe come up again? How this might fit into agendas in the next few months.
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. We'd have to take a look at the agenda. Your next meeting would be in January, and just kind of figure out what that may look like based on how fast we can get answers to those questions. Might dictate that one, but I don't know January is exactly off the table, but February may be a more likely option, just knowing the holidays and the timelines and things that we'd be kind of running into as part of that process, I think, at the moment. But we definitely endeavor to get this back to you as soon as we could.
Then I would like to pass this. I'd like to ask Mr. Hamby his thoughts on that, given that I really don't think we can give this due consideration this evening. Is that timeline acceptable?
I would, David Hamby, BG Consultants, I would request that if possible, we be placed on the January agenda, just to keep things moving. It's obviously every day costs money and time on schedule. So schedules are critically important to developers. So I appreciate that.
With that in mind, would we take a vote of the commission to defer with a recommendation for a particular date, or just a deferral at the discretion of when staff can put it back on the agenda?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services. A motion and a vote for the deferral will be fine. I mean, we kind of take it in guidance. We will try to get this back to you with all due possibility of getting it back to you January as much as we can muster and get to it. We will do our best to keep that on the January timeline if possible.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission, would anybody like to make a motion for deferral at this point? Does anybody want to make a motion to proceed on one of these items? Commissioner Willie.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I don't know if this is wise or not. And I imagine there's some of us who think it is not, but I am considering if we could move forward on the annexation. I know there's still a question about the benefit and such, but if we could move forward on that piece, then we would start getting some answers back from the City Commission or getting some of this in front of them for their discussion. And then that could help inform the rest of the decisions we would have to make.
Commissioner Ashworth, Commissioner Willie, do you wish to make that motion?
Only if I can find it in time, which I'm not sure that I can. So give me a sec.
Well, Commissioner Willie is looking for this. Anybody have any discussion on taking up the annexation question? We'll come back to more discussion, of course, with a motion, but does anybody have anything to say at this point? Okay, Commissioner Willie, would you like to make a motion?
I'm afraid my screen is freezing up. If somebody else can do it, and I'm not sure it will pass, but it might be worth a try.
Commissioner Rexroad, I'd make the motion. Commissioner Rexroad moves that we approve the request Annex A-21-00380, approximately 100 acres based on the findings presented in the staff report and forwarding it to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Rexroad. Do we have a second on that motion? Commissioner Willie seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Oh, you weren't seconding? Sorry.
Oh, no, both. Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner. I guess I'd like to say if this fails, I'd like to vote for it to be deferred. So I don't want this to be a pass or deny. I'd like to defer it all together as a package if this vote doesn't succeed. Does that make sense?
Is there a special? Yeah.
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services, to keep in mind for the commission here, your vote is a recommendation, so it would advance based on the vote. So if the motion is to approve or deny, the item would go up either as a recommend approval or recommend denial. It wouldn't be able to, we continue it in that course there because you only make a recommendation here. So if there's a question about it at that point, it would be, if the vote is for or against it, it would advance to the City Commission with that recommendation attached to it. So keep that in mind as part of that discussion then.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, this is a dangerous way to go. I'd really request that people withdraw the motion and we just defer, because I'm going to vote against it. And I don't know if we're going to end up telling the City Commission either, yeah, we're okay with it or we're not okay with it. And that's the end of the story without the additional information we've been saying we really want. So I think, maybe it's up to each of us between now and the next time we come back to try to refamiliarize ourselves with Plan 2040. What kind of questions we have. I think we've had a discussion. Maybe we'll get some additional information from the city staff and from the applicant about just what they consider a community benefit. But here we are at 12:30 a.m. and I don't think we can really do this justice at this time, because I don't know where I am on this, but if we make a motion to do it tonight without further discussion, I'm voting no.
I'll make a recommendation, Commissioner Rexroad. I'll withdraw my motion with the ask that this body agree that we will do everything required to get this on the January agenda and that we see it through, not find other ways to defer or delay.
Jim
That's my
Carpenter,
ask.
Jim Carpenter, Planning Commissioner, we might have Monday night might work the best for that, since what we're doing is we're doing our work session on the solar regs that night. The longest time will be taken by public comment, of course.
Yeah.
But we might have sufficient time to at least do parts of this that night and maybe the rest of it on the Wednesday night. I don't know how it will work out, but that will be up to Jeff and the other wizards to figure out what the notice requirements are and how to do it.
Commissioner Ashworth, Randy Larkin was hoping to weigh in on this.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. If this motion is withdrawn, the second will have to give approval for the withdrawal, and then the person who made the motion would then be free to withdraw the motion if that's the way the Planning Commission wishes to go at this time.
Karen Willie, Planning Commissioner, I support the withdrawal of the motion.
And does Commissioner Rexroad?
I withdraw the motion.
Okay.
And make a new motion that we defer items associated with this matter to the first January meeting next month.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Carpenter seconds that. Any further discussion on deferring these items? No, I guess, Jeff, can we have a call of the roll, please?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, thank you. This is Commissioner Ashworth, and I might say that I don't, of the January meeting, that we would be having a work session on solar. That would not include public comment, so there might be some room there.
That's true. Forgot that part.
Yeah. So I believe, is there anything else we have on the agenda tonight? I don't have a dual screen tonight, so I think that completes our agenda for the evening. Is that correct?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services, correct. We don't have any miscellaneous new or old business unless the commissioners do for this evening.
Oh, anybody have anything to add to this evening at 12:30? Okay. Can I have a motion for adjournment, please?
So moved.
Can I have a second, please? A second? Oh, Commissioner Butler. All right. Any discussion? No. Jeff, can I have a call of the roll, please?
Jeff Craig, Planning and Development Services. Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
We are done. Thank you all for hanging in there.
See
I'm sorry
some
if
of
I
you
was a little
tomorrow.
fussy. Yeah. Right, till tomorrow. Good night.